Howdy, howdy. Let's see. Play before we got anybody in here. Oh. Oh. I got my settings wrong here. Hey, Mercer. 2 people, 4 people. Steadily coming in. I'm going to go grab a coffee. Everybody can get their stuff. Their stuffy stuffs. I think this is the new intro. I'll play the new intro. There's one thing I want to change in it, but
I never deny. Yeah, I told you I would never fold, even in the cold. I never lose my hope back against the ropes. The sun's flower from the concrete is where I rose. It's just perspective, ain't no location for highs and lows. I can't believe a lie no more, the truth is in my soul. Holy Spirit, hold my pen, I'm writing with a ghost. The war is on, my hands are up, I'm fighting on 10 toes. I ain't come this far, fight this hard to make myself known. And I can't switch sides no more, the focus in the road, yeah. And I'm trying to eat, yeah. My plate garnished with goals. I keep my faith to Yahweh, keep subscribing to.
all right. Got my coffee. 16 in the house. Isn't it great? I can just turn it on. You guys are here. Beth, G, Tommy, I Smoke, Tracy, Derek, Fraser. What's up, man? I don't think I've seen you before, Derek. So welcome, welcome. Andy, DC. How's everybody? Have I said everybody? A Mercer. How you guys doing tonight? Pretty awesome. Awesome. Friends, that's a good one. I like that. Friends. We're friends, right? We work together. Just finished an interesting conversation, which we will put out in a little bit, but it concluded rather we were off the air. It was an interview with somebody to do with the Onslow, and we were off the air just kind of talking, and well, when suddenly I start getting the toilet bowl talking about certain things. So that was the end of that. No coincidences. There's never any coincidences. The garbling. They think that this is pretty cool. That's fine. Whatever. Fuck you and your tech. Doesn't matter to me. But it was a very, very good interview. It will take a little bit because there's some editing that's going to have to be done, but very interesting things said. Now, I also just wanted to pop on. Howdy, Bobby. What's going on? Are you new, Bobby? Or do I have just my terrible memory going? You must since that clip from the ATM bank. Oh, yeah. You remember, any of you who's been around for a while, do you remember how long we've been talking about the RCMP and Mr. Wortman? Maybe was a cop? Bing? Oh, it's going to come out. It's going to come out. It's going to come out. Not an agent necessarily, not a CI, maybe running a Mr. Big. That one's going to bleed out here. This is what they don't want people to know. Any of you who don't know about Mr. Big, I'll grab a link for you and drop it in the chat. Very, very controversial project that RCMP like to use. RCMP and Mr. Big. They think they're so sneaky. They can't even find their ass from a hole in the wall, but, they've got all kinds of abbreviations for everything, the ERTs and the ZZZs and the blah. But they can't find a road. They can't save 2 kids on it. 4 kids on the phone for 2 hours. Exactly. They know where it is. Well, can't do that. What is this? Why is it giving me that link? Ozzy, what's happening? You're new. Well, welcome. Everybody welcome Bobby. Always good to have new friends, right? Why is it saying this? This is not where I am. There we go. Copy. Here we go. Here we go. Why does Mr. Wortman constantly get a pass? Things get shredded. Documents. Everything's got to be kept in-house. We got to keep it on Twitter so we don't use the emergency beacon, so that everybody's kept in the dark. Would that have something to do with the fact that maybe he was working for the RCMP? Is that why we're not seeing ballistics reports? Remember? Guns? Absolutely. Totally. Let's see. We'll get Steve's feed here. Hello? Okay, I'm just streaming. You wanna go on speaker?
Sure, yeah, sure.
All right. There you go.
I'm on my way to get pizza. Sorry, everyone.
Pizza.
Yeah, I gotta feed these kids before they go to sleep, I think.
Did you get us pizza too?
You know what? I only got pizza for the boys.
Well, that's just. I'm a boy. I have an Audi.
That was supposed to be a really bad joke, and yeah, I shouldn't make that joke. It's not funny.
Well, I topped it off with something that wasn't so funny. So, anyways, yes, Steve.
You saved me.
Steve LTT on the phone in the house. So I was just explaining how the conclusion of the interview, which wasn't really the reason I got on, but just to say a couple of things. But the conclusion of the interview. Oh, there we go. Don't you know? This is what happens with me all the time. The fucking phone. They think that they're pretty cool. Ask Steve about this. We are having so many problems technically. Hello?
Sorry, that's my big fingers.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah.
It wasn't the dial up.
One of those. No, it was me.
I was just saying, like, the garbling is going on is fucking unbelievable.
Oh, I know.
And it's not like, I think they believe that people are actually going to be like, oh yeah, this is a coincidence. This is happening to me all the time. No.
Or they think people are just going to be like, oh, well, this sucks so bad. I'm just going to quit.
Yep, exactly. It is a psychological warfare. Oh, I'm tired of my phone always hanging up on me. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
I have a middle finger for that one.
I have two.
So it got garbled there at the end too.
Yeah, it got garbled for me, and then from what Sharon just said to me, she said it got garbled for you guys too. So
yeah, she started talking about something which I'm not going to talk about on the air, but it was something.
She did mention that if you want to continue that conversation, she would love to.
Oh, I would be interested in speaking with her a bunch more. There's questions abound, because she verified something that somebody had said to me on Twitter, and I wasn't exactly sure about. But as soon as she started talking about it, and I'll just say on air that it was to do with the Shuby stuff, as soon as she started talking about it, oh, don't you know, I start getting a toilet bowl and a black screen. I'm like, what the fuck, man? As soon as you start speaking about it, hey, Kathy, it's just so crazy, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
and it happens every single day now.
Every single day about, you know, and what is it? It's people telling the truth, sharing what they know, trying to clean up their society, but instead they just want to bombard us all and destroy any kind of way that we have of sharing anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the worst part is we're not even saying anything bad when it happens. Usually, most of the time, we're just talking about facts.
Yeah, but it's interesting when they happen.
Yes, it is.
You know, that conversation was on a specific topic, which had just switched over to that topic about some information that she knew, which I'd heard before. And so we were talking about it, just got started on it. And then boom, the toilet bowl. And it's like, I my internet, I pay like whatever, $150 a month for it or whatever. I mean, it's not cheap internet, and her internet was fine.
Yeah.
So it's just, you know, just like the phone calls.
And we narrowed it down. It's not my internet now.
No. I don't think your internet is great, by the way, but I'll just tell you.
No, it is. I don't think it is either, but pulling out $150 a month, good.
Now, I'm wondering if you want to give some feedback on this, because this is why I really went on. I got an interesting message from, I don't know if I should say who it is, because I don't want to. I know this person can take care of themselves, though, like really take care of themselves. But this is a tweet, and they said to me, this is how it was prefaced. This is what is occurring all over the city. This one is near me, and it is Halifax traffic, RCMP, Nova Scotia. What the heck is going on in Sackville by Sackville Cross Road and the Bottle Depot? Rifles drawn out, people are scared, and there's no announcement. And it's going on all over the city, he said. This isn't just this one place.
I'm at a loss for words to what to say to that, to be honest.
Does anybody in here, we got all our Nova Scotia friends in here. Maybe somebody else has heard about this. 6 hour stream. No, I'm not going to do a 6 hour stream. Don't worry about it.
What I don't understand is if that is true, how could these guys be so, without swearing, something incompetent? Like, how is that even possible that these people are this incompetent?
They're not.
Their top guys are getting 6-figure salaries.
They're not incompetent. It's just a switch of the mind. That's all. Because that's why there's a cognitive disconnect. Why are these people doing these things? I would never do those things. Of course you wouldn't. Because you're a human being and you act like a human being. These people are not working for you, against you.
Exactly. There is absolutely no way you can say that they're working for the community of Nova Scotia at this point.
No. It was never about, let's see if we've got any kind of news on this stuff. I'm hoping somebody will pipe up here, because something is going on down there in Halifax. Saw it on Facebook. Here we go. Yep. Assault rifles out. Do you have any more details you want to share, Bobby? Anybody want to share anything? We'll look at. I'm just looking. I'm not a Facebook user. Everybody who knows me knows I'm not a big person on that. So,
I mean, I know there was a shooting in Ontario that happened within the last 24 hours that probably has a lot of people riled up, but I'm sure it has nothing to do with what's going on in Nova Scotia right now.
I don't even know how to search around on Facebook. How do you search around?
Just go up to the search bar at the top and start typing.
What do I put in there? Halifax guns. You want to drop a link in? I'll throw Bobby. I'm going to promote you to a moderator so you can put something in there. If you have something to share, please do. I'm going to assume that you're one of the good team. How's that? It's always good to start with that premise, right?
It is.
Even though there's so much fucking bullshit and lies going around. You know, and that was why she did the interview, right?
Yeah.
Because she was like, I want to get this squared away.
Yeah, that is exactly why she did it. She said for herself that she's tired of all these rumors being spread and people coming to their own conclusions, and she wanted to clear some of that up. And like we said in the interview, we can't really blame anyone for coming to their own conclusions because no information is being dropped for them to come to any conclusion.
Oh, it's a weapons complaint. Here we go. Mike says it's some sort of weapons complaint. Is this like some sort of an accident, or is this a weapons complaint, Porta-Pick weapons complaint, like where they already have, is it cats rolling around on the ground weapons complaint? I can't believe that, you know, the cat is rolling around on the ground.
To this happening, yeah, there probably is a cat rolling around prior to this happening.
Let's see if they're Tweety Twatter Twitties. I asked her when we were going there, you know, how many people were on the Tweety Twatters that you know, and she said, but prior to this, and it had the RCMP, one person, she said. I'm like, you probably know a fair amount of people. She's like, yep. I go, that person probably didn't have that notification stuff probably turned on or whatever, right? And she's like, she couldn't really answer that one, but no, pure nonsense. That.
Well, we saw their Twitter account change in what was a matter of a week or something before this all happened. They had 40,000 people that followed them. Period.
Yeah, and most of it was
within.
Sorry.
Yeah. Most of it's related to what's happening now. People are following. So they got 20,000 more followers out of all of this happening.
Yeah, and the 40,000 that they had, you have to include the fact of all the RCMP who would be following themselves. The press.
And every news reporter in the area would be following them.
Yep, and all of the government bureaucracies that are going to be following them too. Funny,
all the important people would have been notified.
You know, none of those people in Colchester who were just screwed around.
No. Forget the people that pay our wages. We got to take care of the people that cover our asses when we need a story told.
Halagonia. What does that mean? I've never seen such a word. So, well, we lost you, and I was, you know, I'm glad we got you got your questions out before you got. Poop, do you think that was something strange going on there, or?
Oh, I do for sure. Not much, man. On the phone, sorry. Yeah, I think it was definitely not coincidental that it happened when it did, but.
Halifax Regional Police, leave your pets at home? What kind of pizza did you get?
Looking for a good time. I'm always looking for a good time. Thank you. I know.
Looking for a good time, eh?
Yeah.
Well, now we know.
That's it. Nothing else? That's it, my friend. How's Monica? She's doing good. Yeah. Kids are doing great. They made me a Father's Day card today, so I was happy about that. No cake, but lots of memories. You know what? I will tell her that when I get home. I'll be the first thing I say. Where's my cake? I don't know where I'll be sleeping after I tell her that. Yeah, I will. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. No, thanks, buddy. Happy Father's Day, man. Take care.
You gonna have a good time with him?
Yeah, I always have a good time with that guy. I love my brown pizza place. It's like the best.
What?
Yeah, I always go to like a
racist. Racist.
Well, he makes the best pizza, man. So I mean, I'm racist against white pizza owners. I like the brown guys.
Those damn Italians, they don't know how to do pizza.
No.
I think I have a song for that, but I won't play that. It's not a good song.
You know how I know that me getting cut off of that stream was definitely nothing to do with my computer? Is the fact that I literally could not even get back on the internet after that. At all.
At all.
At all.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So what is it that you think set him off?
To be honest, I'm not actually sure at that point. I think it was just the fact that we're talking, period, because it seems like every time we talk, weird crap happens.
Halifax police are reminding citizens don't leave the pets in the vehicles.
There's the pet tweet. There it is.
Yep. We got the cat rolling.
This is like some psychological programming type of thing now.
Oh, it is. Let's see what the Nova Scotia RCMP are saying on their awesomeness. RCMP Nova Scotia. Probably they've got the cat rolling or something. Oh, there we go. What a nice picture. They're so awesome.
Animal friends. They're what's it called when you're like an animal ally? Yeah, they're animal allies.
Animal allies. Somebody sent me a picture of what happens when you send a reply to the RCMP. It says this account is not being monitored at all. Phone your local police detachment if you want help. I'm like, oh my goodness. Funny. Okay, so we have a commercial fire in Debert. That's interesting. Vehicle.
Well, there's the fires out there.
They like
There's
the fire.
There's a lot of fires out there.
We got National Indigenous Peoples Day tweet. And something about fishing.
They're busy, active.
Lots of stuff about Aboriginal Day. Jesus Christ, the school stuff? I'm very much about the fact that Aboriginals, yes, are an important part of our society, but Jesus, they dominate like the education system now. My girlfriend's kids, I think they said, I asked them how much was devoted to Indigenous studies, like in their, they don't call it English and social and all that. They call it humanities. Like we're in philosophy.
Oh, really?
In university. I mean, kids aren't humanities type material.
Wow.
But
well, I'll tell you from walking through the elementary schools and just looking at the pictures that are on the wall and stuff. I went through and I took pictures the other time I was at the school, which was obviously a long time ago.
Yeah.
But it was kind of freaky at how much stuff was, geared towards Indigenous. And I'll be honest, there's not a lot of Indigenous that go to the school here where my kid goes. And to have it so geared towards it, like, it just felt weird.
It does feel weird.
I mean, like, I understand that definitely wrong was done to this community of people and still is. But I feel like it's being rammed down our throat, and I feel it's not.
It is
honest.
Well, it's indoctrination and victimization because we have to keep in perpetual victimhood. Everybody in general, but they really pick and solo out the natives, which is really unfortunate. RCMP tweeting about this kind of garbage. If everybody else is worried about reconciliation and all this, and we have to feel fucking terrible, one should study the RCMP's history with the Aboriginal people because it's filled with fucking not so good things.
Yeah, like literally they are the last people who should be tweeting anything other than we are really, really sorry for being the biggest pieces of shit to your community ever.
Yeah, totally.
Because that's really about all they should have to say.
You know what? Maybe I should reply with the video of them beating up the chief.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Yeah. Let's see how Aboriginal supportive you are. You're beating up chiefs, chasing. I got videos of them where, because they're not allowed to go on native land, right?
No.
That's their land. And, I know that's going to probably irk some people because they're like, oh, no, but the natives do get the shaft, man, in a lot of cases. Hell, we live in a first world country. Go and look at the, let's see if I can pull that up, the water advisories, the boil water advisories for these reserves that have had it for years. They can't even bathe in water.
Some as long as 25 years. I looked it up last year.
Hundreds of them.
25 years. Some of these people have never been able to drink their water. Their kids never been able to drink the water, ever.
And we're taking care of turtles in Tanzania for the Aga Khan.
Yeah.
The amount of money that bleeds out of this country per year, people have no concept. It is fucking billions and billions and billions of dollars. I did that little blurb one day for a short little Twitter stuff for foreign affairs, and going through just some of the foreign affairs, global affairs expenditures that they were sending out to World Grain Fund, which of course is probably World Echo Fund, bracket, going in people's pockets fund. And yet we can't have clean water for the people who lived here. Like, what the fuck is going on? We're a third world country, yeah.
Well, I have to let you go. I just got home, so it's time to eat pizza and get kids to bed. But I'll definitely give you a call back.
Enjoy the pizza from the not so native pizza place.
The ethnically proper for my community pizza place.
There you go. Well, I mean, they do have like halal pizzas and things like that. So
I'll just say this: I got butter chicken pizza.
Did you?
Yeah, I sure did. And I get it every time I go.
I've never, to be honest with you, I've never attempted it.
Oh my God, it's the best. Next time you come to Edmonton, I will make sure I get it for you.
Is it? Can I ask where it's from?
It's a little place called Mill Creek Pizza.
Okay.
They got a couple locations. They're both ethnically owned.
Are they full on halal?
No.
Are they?
They're from India.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, man.
They don't have halal there.
They
might offer it.
Oh, they absolutely do. Oh, sorry.
Probably offer. But I have never ordered it, and they've never offered it to me.
You should ask them.
I will. I'll ask them.
All right. Well, enjoy your pizza, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming on and doing that with me.
Well, no, thanks for setting it up. It was awesome, and I'm glad because the contact.
Did you play it for everyone yet?
No, I'm not going to because I got to delete a little portion of it. Yeah. There was that discussion of something she saw that she doesn't want people to know about.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you in a bit, my friend.
All right. Take care, buddy.
Cheers, everyone.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. Somebody put something in here. Here we go. That's to do with Morrison. We got some huggy hugs. Aw. Yeah, don't you know? Cause that for sure. You're not getting pipe fed all kinds of bullshit. Not at all. No, that wouldn't happen. The Shub stuff is bullshit. The Weber stuff, gigantic question marks around. And it is my opinion and has been for quite some time, at least I've thrown it out there, way at the beginning, about the fucking cop. I know I did an interview with Mike Phillip. I think it was the next day. And I said, that's fucking, quit calling it the fucking cop car. Quit it. It's a real cop car. Replica cop car, my ass. They've tried to get everybody to buy them off on that. Mr. Biggs, totally illegal. Now, anybody got any updates on what's going on? What is my email? That's a good question. All these things, I don't know. I think it's Nova Scotia. Give me a second. It's Nova Scotia investigators or something. NS investigators. Usually I have it below, but I just went on and I didn't. No, this is not it. Okay. Now, where do I find my own email? This is a bloody mess. Can I do this? There. Copy. Paste. Bing. Look, it worked. This fucking tech stuff, Looks like the shit hit the fan 475 million times. What's that to do with? Are you talking about something you shouldn't be talking about, Bear? Bear! There's certain things that you shouldn't get Seamus off on. Ah, fuck, they get us all off on this stuff, Gray. Come on, man. Come on. It's good to have the thought, right? But I mean, if you think somebody's going to come out, some politician, yeah, Trump is going to save us, as he's fucking plunking everything into Israel. My question in real life would be to somebody like that, like if they were a friend of mine or I worked for them or whatever, I think I would be something like, "Where's that wall at again? Sorry, where did it go? Oh. Have you done anything you're supposed to be doing, or are you working for people you shouldn't be working for? As in, not your citizens." Oh, here he goes. Do we have any information on the on this stuff? Let's see what we got here. May have been an undercover agent. Again, police officer, stop calling it what it is. Isn't, meaning, sorry, misspoke there. Stop calling it something which it isn't. Replica car, but it's real in every way. Well, he's an undercover agent. That means he's a cop. Mr. Big. This thing reeked of Mr. Big long ago. I don't think I talked about the Mr. Big component up until fairly recently, but definitely the cop component. I'm like, he's a fucking cop, man. Like, they give him the pass on everything that he does. Everything that he does. Oh, and then the documents just go in the shredder. Oh, we lost that. Sorry about that. You think you can go down to Brinks? I've taken lots of money out of the bank in cash. I know how it's done. You have to call, and then you say to them, I would like this amount of money. Then, of course, they're usually like, oh, that's a lot of money. And then you say, well, I just like it. And then you have to book an appointment, and Brinks will bring it to the bank, and you're there, and you pick up all the cash, and then you walk out the door. That's how it works. You don't get a code to go to Brinks. Yay. Not a rat. I don't think so. No, he's not a rat, man. How much money does this guy have? They don't pay rats that much money. What he was running was a what good news? Are you trying to be East Coast? What good news? You could put good news in there. Good? What news? I miss him. He's fun. On the way from Bobby. Well, I'm not seeing any reference to it anywhere yet, but of course I'm not one of these twitty-twatter tweeties, which none of us really, like, how many people are? Kids, and I'm sorry, I'm not being judgmental. I'm really not. But they honestly have lost their head up their ass with all this tech stuff. I lose my head with all this stuff. It's like, oh, I have to remember my password here, and I'm syncing this, and it's constantly updating, and the toilet bowl always going, and what a bunch of nonsense. Give me a book. Give me a book. Give me a piece of paper and a pen. Oh, yeah, they can't write in cursive now. What's that? I don't understand. Somebody was telling me that their kid doesn't even understand what a signature was. I'm like, what? They had to teach them how to, what a signature was. And this was a person who was in just graduated high school. And not, in whatever, that in a group. They're not unintelligent, but they didn't know what a signature was, and they didn't even know how to cursively write. So this grandmother who I know had to teach them. She's like, are you out of your fucking mind? You don't know how to write? No, I don't. We don't learn that. We know how to type. Well, I'll agree with you. Something really foul. But I'm going to go with sent for pictures. Terrible with tech. See, Bobby knows. We all know. It's just stupid. I can't find anything. Give me a filing cabinet. I'm terribly disorganized. There's paper, boxes full of paper. But usually, funnily enough, even my very disorganized fashion, I can find what I'm looking for. I know where it is. Most of my mental is mentally filing everything. But kids allowed to just use iPads. Yeah. One of my ex-girlfriends, her kids, they lost power one day. She's like, oh, we lost power today. I'm like, what did you do? Did you guys write on the chalkboard? I know when we lost power before, we played games or read books or something like that. Oh no, we sat in the gym because there was no electronics to use, so they couldn't do anything. I'm like, what? There's books. Oh no. A lot of these schools, they've changed the libraries into safe zones with fuzzy bears. Are we going to really wake up here soon, people, and understand that what we're being manipulated into? And who's doing it? Who's doing it? Certain people don't do this to their own kids. Very funny that way. Let's see. Supposedly picked up by Gabriel Wortman at Brinks. Yeah. I don't know. Are we all on the same page, roughly, where we're at? Shoe is garbage, picked up money at Brinks, cop, driving real car, had many cars, 4 years, knew where the guns were, no autopsy reports issued. Why? Because, might be able to prove ballistics, which showed that the guns were probably RCMP issue weapons. No, that's against the law. It's, as far as I've read, the Nova Scotia Fatal Injuries Act, I believe. And another one of the victims contacted me and said, no, I've asked for the fucking autopsy. I've demanded it. And they've told me, well, you may get it maybe in a few months. Maybe. But I've gotten 3 words. Gun, shot, wounds. That's it. And other than that, I basically hear from them, because we had as tragic as this is, we had a bit of a laugh, I think, about that, right? Because what is it that they contact these families about? They say, there will be a press conference tomorrow, and if they ask any questions about anything, they're always like, well, please refer to the past stuff. That will have your answers. Why? Because, see all this? I'm just being analogous here, right? This kind of stuff, that's why you see them, and they read it very carefully, even though they fuck up repeatedly, because lawyers have written it, their PR department has written it, and they're very careful about what they say. Everything is answered in emails if the press wants to know something. Why? Because they don't want to slip up and make certain mistakes, right? So everything's pre-screened. Why? If you have nothing to hide, you just go ask somebody a question, right? Let's see. Have I got your stuff here, Bobby? There we go. Police pictures. Let's have a look. I'm not gonna put up your email. How am I doing this then if I'm not doing that? Because I don't want to dox anybody. I'm kind of like that. Bit crazy. We'll do this. Maybe this tech stuff will work. Let's see. Okay, so we'll do something like that. And then we'll try this. You gonna open? Bitch. Sorry for my foul mouth. Was it? Somebody was telling me about another contact, because there's a few contacts, right? And they're like, perhaps Steve should talk to them because you're, and I'm like, I'm an asshole. And they're like, well, I wasn't really going to say that. Steve is more amenable. He's more affable. People like him. I'm like, oh, okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Just stay crazy. Well, I'm half out of my mind, I'll tell you. Why is this thing not opening? No, I want to show the folder. Okay. Let's see. Is there any porn in here? I don't think so. I'm just teasing. You never know what I've got in here. I might have something that's docs somebody. I have to be careful. Okay. Here we go. This is from the Halifax. Why? This is in Halifax. Is that correct? To the best of my understanding, this is in Halifax. It's recognizable. What's recognizable? I don't think I have this person's email address on here. Is that what you're saying is recognizable? I know that they have 55% battery. This looks like it's in Halifax Regional Authority. So why is there gravel road cops everywhere? Why are they here? Those of you who aren't from Alberta, gravel road cop means it's probably in Western provinces too. I don't know. Does anybody know the term gravel road cops? Because the French, it says GRC. So some jackass kid somewhere thought that up one day. Kind of stuck with me. The gravel road cops. Why are the gravel road cops over in... Hey, how's it going, Mark? What's up, buddy? Can I make it larger? I don't want to touch that one. I really don't. She gets bigger, that's for sure. Okay. Someone outed GW. Something happened. Something happened. I don't know what happened there on that end. I can't. And again, there's strong indication. There's a very good circumstantial case, and has been for a very long time, that he was not just an agent of the police, but that he was a police officer. Okay, let's see. Can I make it larger? I'm not going to touch that. The Saxville Cross. Okay, so this is what, excuse me. But I was told this is happening on multiple places. Now, why are gravel road cops dealing with this? Sackville is this, can somebody let me know who's down there? Just need a few days to see your whole show. Oh no, I know, it's just hours. People must get sick of me. That's why, you get people, maybe other guys who, I'm not going to place judgments on them, but know far less about a certain thing, but they have 10 gazillion views, aside from the fact that YouTube really doesn't like me for a variety of reasons, which I'm not going to get into. And probably this doesn't help, because as soon as I started talking about this one, they demonetized the channel. And just so that you guys all are on the up and up, I monetized the channel, because I am very honest. I try to be. I monetized the channel to add somebody else so that they could put videos up and do things on my channel. So I just put it in BilboBaggins@hotmail.com, and this was his address. I don't know, 123 Sesame Street or something. And I was never getting any money anyways, because if I had, because I don't live at 123 Sesame Street and I'm not Bilbo Baggins, but the 94 cents or whatever they said was getting paid a month or something like that. Whoever at 123 Sesame Street, I don't know if they actually even get a check for that. I mean, it costs more money for the stamp. But they, I did have to monetize the channel for that. But as soon as I started talking about the RCMP on this issue, they demonetized the channel immediately right after I made the first video. And they said that I was talking about one subject. I'm like, I've never spoken about the RCMP. This event is brand new. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Of course, they're just like that. Let's see here. Make it bigger. Okay. There's bigger. Sackville Cross, which is referred to in the message. And this person, of course, is asking, it's not this person, it's somebody else on the Tweety Twatter Twitters, is actually, I'll cover up who sent it. But, oh, that probably made a terrible noise. This person, I don't know, so I'm not doxing them. They're sending this to the RCMP saying, what the heck is going on? What is the RCMP telling you? Just like the kitty cat rolling around crap videos, whatever they were doing before. Where are we at? Do we have that? Do I have that? No. I don't have the Tweety Twatters open. What are they telling you over there on the RCMP line? Just because it's a very superior. What was it? It's very superior and we're very satisfied, as Leather would say. Superior and very satisfied were the words. And like this lady said tonight, one person she knew used Twatter. She's like, when this happened, I went and got Twatter because I didn't know. I wanted to make sure that I'm okay. I'm very terrified. I'm like, yeah. No, of course I wasn't like, oh yeah, but I was like, yeah. If this is the retardedness that they're going to give you for police service, but it isn't retardedness in incompetence. What it is all the fucking games that they're running around behind your back intentionally and keeping you in the dark. Very secretive, as the Journalist Association of Canada voted them the most secretive law enforcement agency in Canada. And in speaking with, limited speaking with journalists, because I don't generally speak with anybody, period. That's why Steve is such a godsend, because he will do that for me, because on top of the fact that I'm probably not the most amenable person, I'm actually kind of a bit shy speaking to people. I'll say that. I'm don't expect that I'm not going to throw down if you piss me off, but I generally just try and keep to myself and kind of quiet and do my own thing. But even the journalists that I've talked to here, they are like, oh yeah, of course. And I'm like, like I know that, right? I would say like, oh yeah, they're voted the most secretive organization. Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, of course, it's widely known amongst all of us. None of their questions you're going to get answered. They're going to fucking run you around. And I'm like, well, that probably is a red flag right there, because if they're going to fucking lie to you, and when they open their mouth, and the rest of the time they're just going to be like, oh, well, we don't really answer questions about that. That clip, I should play it. I mean, I should play it all the time. Of the 9 minutes where the RCMP guy in the staff, I think he's a sergeant or staff sergeant or something. He is sitting there giving a press conference on ACERT's investigation into the RCMP investigation of the RNC and Constable Smythe. And he's like, well, I can't tell you what's in that report, but trust us, it's all okay. You go through the report, actually, there's things like, you remember how they're saying 2 years they destroyed the document? Right, of course, but because all the other police departments did, right? The one that says exactly where the weapons are. This is something that needs to be remembered. They knew. But of course, if he's a cop, we don't worry about that, right? They knew where the weapons were. Let's just go that he's not a cop, which is bullshit. But they knew where it was because the guy said to Truro. Of course, RCMP probably never would have taken the statement to begin with. But the guy who told Truro, listen, here's where he has the weapons. They're in behind the chimney in a secret compartment on whatever. It may have been at the warehouse, I'm not sure, or at 200 Portapic. I think it was 200 Portapic. And it said the exact address. They whited that out, of course. Blacked it out. Jesus Christ. I mean, the amount of money they have wasted on fucking markers through all this, through the lying, absolute deceptive lying. And over here, nobody has been mincing words. They fucking lied the entire way through. They're getting sued on it right now. It's one thing to say things and say, well, that's just somebody's opinion. Sure, you can say it's my opinion. I believe I'm fairly usually try and stay as fact-orientated as possible. I can't say definitively he's a police officer. I say there's strong circumstantial evidence to support this. But the RCMP are like, well, we didn't really investigate that. Now you have to turn your brain just a notch because you'll be like, well, why wouldn't you? Of course anybody would. Of course they would. A good moral person, a good police force would. But if they're running fucking games, doing their undercover operations, doing bullshit, then they're not going to. It's going to go into the shredder. Just like the ACERT investigation. Oh, well, we can't tell you about that. We all kinds of reasons. Shields up! Family members, we can't tell anything because we don't want to hurt the family members. I asked that question tonight. I said to this lady, do you think as somebody who has been traumatized by this event, are you satisfied with that reasoning? Because the two victims families that I've spoken with, and I hope more will come forward, but why do I need to wake up? What do I need to wake up? I need to wake up? Please tell me, Gray. I'd appreciate that. They aren't using, as in supporting the families and like, oh, we're worried about that because it's gory. If that was the case, why the fuck would you return a car with body parts all over it to the family? That kind of shows callousness, insensitivity, complete disregard for another human being. Right? But if you ask them a question, their response is going to be bullshit that they dream up, their PR departments. And don't get me wrong. I'm not talking hyperbole here when I say that. They actually have PR departments for the RCMP. All federal governments do, departments, to run around and bullshit with you, tell you lies, write up the little paper statements that we can just read word for word, even though we can't read them properly. Maybe they did. Maybe they went to the same school where they don't teach people how to fucking write. Because you got a red car, a gray car. There's one clip I have where he's like 2 minutes and he's making some pretty substantial errors in the Campbell. Is making some pretty substantial errors throughout it. So probably went to the same school. I'm thinking. Maybe. Had the same great education system. Hitters, my friend, my good buddy, are integrated. Okay, downtown stuff is all city cops, and this is outside downtown. You'll have to help me because I'm reliant upon all of my great friends down there like you to help bring me to your great intelligence level and understanding of what stuff is. They were scared of GW and his buds. Fuck off, man. Seriously? Not to be offensive. Seriously. The RCMP afraid? Everybody I've spoken to throughout this story are afraid of them. And you've got corrupt cops. So they're not really necessarily. I did hear an interesting thing here, though, the other day. And I apologize, Gray Elf. I don't mean to be offensive. I really don't. I heard an interesting thing the other day, an interview. You know, YouTube, the algorithms, they like to suggest some fairly interesting things. So they suggested a video about, because of your prior watching history, right? And the path that they want you to travel. They want to indoctrinate you, so they have suggested videos and the lineup, and very, very complicated to psychologically manipulate and indoctrinate people. But they've got it down. It's a science. So I always watch what they send me. And so, you know, but I have the mindset. I know what you're doing. Anyway, they sent me a video about an officer who was a former officer of, I could play it actually. It's pretty interesting. It's about half an hour long. And he talks about how policemen are, he's like, you know, the public perceives that actually we are, they're afraid of us, which is true. What they don't understand, however, is how we're afraid of each other. Right? And, you know, that is true. They're afraid of each other. There's power that has been granted. We as citizens have granted people. They have abused. They have extreme amounts of power. If you don't think people looking into your every nook and cranny and dark space in your life that maybe you don't want everybody looking into, your Groupons, or, you know, I'm just being facetious when I'm saying that, because I'm saying there is nowhere on the internet that you can't hide from these people, from the RCMP. Now, I'm not doing anything criminal. I have no interest in doing anything criminal, but there's certain things I don't want people to know. Lots of people don't. They don't want people to know their phone number, maybe. Because there are people out there that are a bit different, right? Or whatever it is. So you don't want things known. Maybe you did something they're not proud of. We all make mistakes. Do you want the RCMP knowing everything? Project Wide Awake, the program that they used, echo, 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 is sufficient enough for the Department of Defense to the tune of anywhere between $120 to $250 billion in contracts out of the United States because it monitors data mines. That's what it does. All the stuff on you, me, everybody, right? And they keep these little fucking files on everybody because you're so bad, don't you know? Maybe a jaywalk, maybe a... Oh, I did nothing. They've sold you on that. They've sold you on it. Do you know how many people actually believe that garbage? Well, I'm not doing anything wrong, so they can look at everything. No, actually, I don't want, you know, if you're going down that road, right? How far does it go? Maybe then they say I'm being completely preposterous, but it actually isn't down the road. To say, you know, my wife is my wife. I don't want everybody seeing my wife, right? There's certain things you don't want. This is. Whew. You remember those secret notes you used to pass each other in grade school? So we've got a lot of criminal things going on because Mr. Big operations are criminal operations. The RCMP essentially become criminals. This is why they're so contentious. And when I raised it with Lindsay, she's like, "Oh, wow, yeah, that would be a good one. That's interesting." Not like poo-poo there. Like she was like, "Oh, geez, wow, yeah, Mr. Big, Mr. Big, absolutely." You don't give CIs passes for this kind of bullshit, really. What was that one guy? The Mum Boucher case? Remember that? I don't know if you guys know that. One guy who infiltrated the Mum Boucher case. I think it was the Montreal police. Or was it the Charette de Quebec? I can't remember. One of the two. And they got a guy in there really deep. He was about to be patched over to become a true Hell's Angel. And he'd already committed several minor criminal acts. In fact, they even staged a shooting, a murder, execution of somebody to give to the Hells Angels to prove it to them, right? Danny Kane, I'm not sure. Is that the person? And I'm not sure. Danny Kane, let's see. You know, I'm chatting. What I'm saying doesn't always coincide. Plus, it's slow. Danny Kane. Yeah, there we go. Very good hitters. Thank you. Love it when my brain is not recalling information. So he was. Here we go. See. Danny Kane worked for Royal Canadian Mounted Police. An informant inside for the Hells Angels for many years and provided information. Why is it doing that? Thank you. Stop that tech wonderness. For many years and provided information to police on Hells Angels. Kane was also secretly bisexual. I'm not sure why that's relevant. Who cares? Jesus, they just got to sew everything in here. Who cares? That's irrelevant. Which is not uncommon for a motorcycle club. Okay, maybe it's not so irrelevant. This has actually... Oh, what happened there? What happened? Okay, this is totally unsubstantiated, as in, I don't know anybody who's witnessed this or as a victim. I am aware of something to do with Mr. Wortman and a friend of his that really is very, very seedy. I have not said anything about it because I need more proof, and I don't like to say things without proof. But I'll say it has something to do with what I just posted on the screen. And it had something to do with members of the public. And this friend and Gabriel Wortman and them doing things to male members of the public. If you can follow my drift. Again, it's not a Facebook post. It's not a bullshit thing. This is from somebody who actually knew him. So, because how many thousands of people say that they know him? No. This is somebody, again, like on the record, kind of, who worked for him, was aware of this. Worked for him for a short period of time. Because they were like, I don't want to be here anymore. Is there some validity to what that is? I don't know, but it's spooky. Spooky. Yeah. It's been said in chat. So anybody who's wondering what I'm saying, I'm not gonna say it because but it could be wrong. You never know. I need more validation. I'm very big on proof. But maybe, who knows? I don't. Maybe we have a little bit of things, and there's things to say that. Again, this is another speculation, but there is foundations to this. Again, the FaceTiming, the jealous girlfriend, the beatings, right? Now, those of you who are aware of that segment of the population, maybe you're a participant in it, who knows? I definitely do know some about it, which is the S&M community. And the S&M community, I'm not saying anything degrading about it. It's totally whatever. I'm going to stay very clear of that on multiple fronts. But what may be beatings to one person is not to the person who is getting it. They are willing participants and they want that. Because if we listen to our logic says what? We've been sown and shown that Ms. Banfield, I said her name. Fuck. Okay. Well, most of you know that name. Anyway, some of you do. I won't say her first name. But she was in a very long-term relationship with this man. Right? He had multiple girlfriends that she was aware of. She was extraordinarily jealous. Right? This has come out from different independent sources. Now, work with me here. A jealous, and those of you who have ever been out with somebody who is a highly abused woman, or sadly, if you have been, or even more tragically, if you are, an abused woman, or an abused person, an abused child, whatever, you don't get the ire of your abuser, meaning you don't antagonize them. It's eggshells every which way you go because you don't want to piss them off. Now, accusing somebody and being very jealous and very vocal about it is not typical of somebody who is highly abused. I am not saying that did not occur. I'm just saying I'm presenting an alternative line of reasoning. that maybe it isn't quite what we saw or are quite being told. Remember who told us about that? Brenda Forbes. And Brenda Forbes did not go to the police, did not go to the media right after this happened. What she did is she went to a very interesting organization that does kind of global feminist abused women stuff. And she sought that organization out, even though she doesn't live in Nova Scotia. A month after Mr. quote Wortman is dead, right? Now, me, logically, if it was me, I would probably disclose that either to the local police department or I would phone up a newspaper right away. She did not. She went to this organization. The organization then, in turn, went to the Halifax Examiner and said, here you go. Here's a lady who knows lots of stuff. Now, I'm not saying what she knew was wrong. It's an interesting way to go about it. Right? It was made public. Yes, Beth, I do understand that. But I do, till we know more, I don't want to dox anybody. That's not my way. People are entitled to their privacy. This is something I'm very important and big to me. What they aren't telling you, I don't know if I can share that or not. I didn't ask. Let me just double check. Maybe the other person said, do not say something about this. That's not there. Where is it? It's over here. There's certain things here that people know and they don't want to say. And I respect that. I respect that because what are we talking about there? Right there. Fear. Fear. You know how much this world lives in fear? Us all. We are all highly traumatized from cradle to grave. More people, some people more than others. But don't think that you're immune. It's all over the place. That's why they make those kind of movies and things. Now, let me see. I'm going to go back here. Can I say this? I hope this doesn't ruffle any feathers anywhere. But people have made, let's just put it this way, people have made inquiries to the RCMP. People who are intimately involved with this. To the RCMP regarding the girlfriend. The common law, who doesn't live with him, the very murky waters that they have very intentionally created for you. Remember, it was the important witness. Very murky as to what this person's relationship is to Mr. Wortman. Some people who are intimately in the know with the RCMP and with the situation firsthand have communicated questions about the girlfriend and where she is and what's going on with that. And it got to a stage where they were asking whether, because I saw this in, I think somebody sent it to me maybe as a question privately. I don't know. if the RCMP are officially protecting this person. And the RCMP response to it was very telling, that question. It was pointed as is witness protection and or protective custody. The RCMP response to that question, which frankly I'm very surprised they even did, because usually they won't say anything to any of the victims' families, from what I am aware of. Of course, I don't know all the victim families, so I can't speak for them. But I can definitely say, we can read about the fact that the victims' families are really left out in the cold. The quickest notification I've read for a family being notified that their family member was dead was 7 hours. And I've seen up to, and know firsthand, Wednesday. 3-4 days. Okay, so they don't really say anything to anybody. They say, watch the news conference, read our press release. They're very carefully scripted garbage. But somebody did answer this, and they said, if we answered that, it would defeat the purpose. Read into it what you will. This person is right up there with the important witness who was first a suspect, then turned important witness in the Quebec mosque shooting. Do you remember this person? Arrested? And I can tell you, I know lots about that. And that person was very disappeared. And I know some inside information on that one. Again, who handled that case? The RCMP. How about take something else? Another person. You guys remember Officer Lamb? The hero? Let's see if I got it on. Always the heroes. Gotta have the heroes. This is part of it. It's very spooky how this all works. In this case, the hero was very important to protect the RCMP. But there's a reason for it. Now, let me see. Where did I put that? Hopefully, if I find it, it will probably trigger bells for you if you don't know what I'm talking about. Whilst my computer is because somebody sent me a question about this. Well, this one might show it. Somebody sent me a question about the video that was taken down at the truck stop and how there were people just kind of milling about quietly. Doing their own thing, and it was like something horrendous was going down, but they weren't really aware. I will have to look at that video. I haven't actually looked at it, but I replied with, I don't know if this video shows it. This isn't the one I'm looking for. Maybe because I put one word in it. Give me a moment. I'm watching this on my own. Give me a moment, please. don't.
Hey, he's a good cop. He's a good cop.
He's a good cop. That's not the one I'm looking for. Try this search. Ah, okay. Typical Seamus. I have a folder dedicated to him. No, that's not what I'm looking for, though. Well, I'll show you a picture of him first. That'll help you out. You remember this guy? Let me grab a coffee. You remember this guy? Anybody remember who this is? No? Nobody? Nobody? Really? Okay. Maybe if I find the video, it might help. Let's look for... It's going to take me a moment, though. I was watching it, funnily enough, because the other day, because I wanted people to, I wanted to reply with it, just because I'm a jackass. Where is it here? No. Oh, come on. I'll give you another clue. Have you guys got it? Oh, there we go. Bing. I keep coffee in the fridge. Yes, I do, hitters. Absolutely. I like cold coffee. I live in Vietnam. So I like my cold coffee. You got it, sir. Now, let's watch the tape. Here we go. I think this is the one I'm looking for. Look at all the shit I've got. Fuck, man. A lot of stuff on my computer. Oh. Damn you, tech. Okay. Now, I want you to take note of the three people behind the van. Great how these tapes come up, too. Now, okay, so you're three people. Let's just use logical brain here. You're three people. You're walking down the street. There's been a serious incident that has gone on just down the street. Maybe you're aware of it. Maybe you're not. It should be fairly public knowledge by this point because there would be worrings and everything, all cops going around. And clearly there's a police there. And there's a man who's pointing something. And suddenly there's a police officer there. And he's pointing something. Now watch the three people. Oh. They don't give a shit. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying take note. Because some of these things are eerily similar. And Officer Lamb, the police, let's see, do they say that? Remember, the world was watching.
Good afternoon and welcome to Toronto Police Headquarters.
They made the arrest. So the Toronto Police Service is ready to release the name, and it's officially been released to you today. It has been speculations by media reports the last few days. It was Ken Lam. It is in fact Officer Ken Lam. There are a number of reasons why he's not available to the media. I want to make it clear for media and the public to understand why he's not available right now. First of all, he is the key witness of a multiple homicide.
Let's see.
Required to attend court in the future.
Hold on a second here. Let's see if I can techno my way out of this one, Batman. And I'll have it running in the background. Can I do that? Let's see. We'll do something like this. Can I do this? We'll do something like, I don't know. You can resize this. This blows. Now, let's go back here. And let's put up, hopefully I can do this. Hopefully I can do this. Maybe it'll work with me. Oh, come on. Where did I put it? Where is it? There we go. Okay. You guys know who that is, right? Of course. Don't you? Right? Our friend, Mr. Morrison. I want you to listen to the Toronto Police. The Toronto Police talking about another person who's going to end up on the beach in Tunisia.
2 Division. That was the officer that made the arrest. So the Toronto Police Service is ready to release the name, and it's officially been released to you today.
Remember
the speculations by media reports the last few days. It was Ken Lam. It is in fact Officer Ken Lam.
I think you could substitute in Officer Morrison here. Funny that. How does it work that way?
There are a number of reasons why he's not available to the media. I want to make it clear for media and the public to understand why he's not available right now.
Not
First
weird.
of all, he is the key witness of a multiple homicide. He will be required to attend court in the future months to give testimonies. So anything he may say to you during any interviews or any public appearance may be used in an open court setting as evidence. So that's the first most important reason. Second reason, anytime an officer goes through a traumatic experience, as you can realize, that was a split decision, life-altering experience for Officer Lam and for our accused in custody. So anytime an officer goes through that type of situation, it's mandatory for the Toronto Police Service to have a debriefing and a aftercare program. And I have to say to you, the Toronto Police Service has the best aftercare program of this magnitude in the country, if not North America. So Officer Lam has been treated, been looked after, been offered all the support an officer can get, and it's also mandatory for us to offer that to him. He is receiving those treatments and those support, and he's doing very fine. I can report to you he's doing very well. Since the day that took place, I'll speak to you about my relationship with Officer Lam in a little bit later. But since that day that happened, I've been in constant contact with Officer Lam, and every morning, in fact, when I wake up, and I wake up very early, and I wake him up and say, "How are you doing?" So he's probably asking me, can he sleep in a little bit so I don't have to wake him up that early in the morning. So he's in good spirit. But as all of you can relate or imagine, going through an incident like that, there will be days of highs and lows. There will be days where he's going to ask questions of himself, of his colleagues. And he also wants me to express this to the media, that the focus shouldn't be on him. There were a lot of first responders that were there that day that looked after a tragic scene, from our ambulance services, from our paramedic, or even Good Samaritan, that saw tragic scenes unfold in front of their eyes. those people should be in our thoughts and our prayers, should be in our minds, that we should be concerned about too. Not
Please don't ever mistake my laughing about what people dying, because I don't. It's very serious. Clearly, people who know me and this story know I take things very, very seriously. I laugh about the bullshit that you get piped and people just lap it up. Lap it up. Where's the better picture of Morrison? We should have him in the background, make sure he's doing the right thing. He's waving or something. Where can we get that? I know I have some here. Somewhere amongst all my disorganized stuff. Derp. Oh gosh. Oh. There we go. Here we go. I'm gonna do something like this. Can we do something like this? And then we can put the video over top. Can we do that? How do I do like this? And I can do like this.
only him. So he's very selflessly saying he doesn't deserve all the credit. I also understand that some of the media has approached his family. His father has a business in Markham, and I'm asking you right now, because I just received information before I came in here, that a media outlet has already attended Officer Lamb's home. And I asked, in today's age, to find out where we live is not a difficult task. I asked the media outlet to please respect my officer, your officer, the city's officer, his privacy.
The father is a bit questionable, but let's just say that it even is real. You know, you can actually just punch up on your computer right now. Colchester County asked the same thing. Please never, to the media, never speak to the victims. Never speak to anybody on Portapique Beach Road. We don't want that. We ought to respect them. Now, I do agree 100%. Respect them and give them their privacy. And this day and age, there are lots of people looking at things, right? That's why it's very important to have a few people doing that task, and the other ones just kind of partaking as a team, but not like constantly bombarding people, because that does something to them. It does traumatize them. But this is the same type of deal. You hear it over and over and over and over. It's just different faces. But they all, as my friend Ted says to me, they all end up on the beach in Tunisia. He's being a sarcastic ass when he says that, but he's like that. He's great. I love him. Great friend of mine. And you guys who know me from before know, we do really good investigating. He's very smart. But he's a total troll. And so, he and I worked on the Quebec Mosque stuff a lot. I went down to Quebec City. I did all the footwork. Went to the case one day. Lots of stuff one day. Maybe one day I'll talk about it all. I did talk about some of it. But, interesting things were abound in that case too. Very interesting. That you got nothing about. A certain person, I know that Steve's in here, he knows who I'm talking about. It was fairly public now. Who is a retired RCMP CSIS agent, contacted me back then. I didn't know who the person was. And at that time, that person was not anybody of note. And I got a tweet one day, and they said to me, or a direct message from this person. And they said to me, this was how it opened. Watch the Toronto Sun tomorrow I will have an article in it. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Oh, they described themselves. They'd written a book. I'm like, I researched a little bit while they were talking in chat. I'm like, holy fuck. Seamus? RCMP. I'm like, okay. And they were talking to me about the Quebec mosque stuff. And the next day comes around. I read the article. I agreed with some of the things. I knew a lot about it. A lot about it. And I agreed with some of the things that this person said. But there were some that were in there that was clear disinformation. So they contacted me the next day and they said, did you read the article? I said, yes, I did. They said, what did you think? I didn't really answer them because at this point in time, I know who I'm dealing with. So I'm like, yeah, I just kind of softball. Real-time conversation going back and forth on Twitter, like in the direct message, those kind where you just type, person responds, you type back. There's no kids coming in the room and screaming and all this stuff. So I kept thinking to myself, should I not? So I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? Yeah, I'll do it. So I took a picture of a picture that I had because I didn't want the metadata embedded. And I sent it to them. The metadata from where it came. And it was an event that never made press. Of where the suspect for 13 hours who then turned to an important witness lived the next day, meaning he's no longer a suspect. And 3 people, massive raid, cars every fucking where, armored trucks, RCMP everywhere, raided that house and arrested two, was it 2 or 3 people? And you can see them all being let out. And I have video of it. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just see how he reacts to that. So I sent him the picture. I never heard from him ever again. The stuff you get told is a fucking fantasy. Your world, sadly, our world, I'm a part of it, is a fantasy. Am I saying that people don't die? Oh, they absolutely do. Am I going on the false flag stuff? Not really. What I am saying is there's ulterior motives and reasons things happen. Right? Lots of people know about the gun grab stuff, right? We know about those. But do we know about things like Project Wide Awake 2.0? Which will scour every single detail about you constantly. From what you watch on TV, you log into Netflix, all that stuff. I did a video once about tech stuff and some of the horrendous things that tech is. And I put it on YouTube. They banned it immediately. There was no bad content in there. There was nothing hateful. It was actually rather nerdy and boring. Not boring. Not to me. And frankly, the people that saw it. Not boring at all. They didn't want you to know about it, though. Whenever you're over the target, they get very upset. Frankly, the reason that I'm left speaking, I can't explain. I think it's because I just tell the truth, and it's pretty hard And I think I would say that it is not unknown, obviously, who exactly I am. And I don't put up with bullshit, and my family doesn't either. And we hit back, and when we hit back, and we have, federally, enough to change the law in this country, complete acts, it means business. Don't fuck around. You want to shut me down? Fine. Shut me down. But I'm not going to take it lying down, ever. And I won't stop. Are you backing up your info with other people? Well, I do hope, as I believe altcensored.com is monitoring my channel, which is spooky. I'm a nobody. I just sit in a room in Calgary with a computer I can't even organize. And yet Alt Censored is like, I don't know what video that is. And they're like, we're monitoring your channel 24 hours a day. And anything that gets banned, we're backing it up. And frankly, I think somehow I have maybe a little bit more reach than they tell me. Maybe. No, maybe I do. And that's not to sound self-important, because I'm not. I'm just a person. But I think my words carry some places. And we need to, I suspect it's going to come out, the smear campaigns or whatever against me. That'll come at some point, because they just bank the data, right? Go ahead and smear me, because everything I say, I don't think, I've made a few mistakes here and there, but almost everything I can say, and I have said, I back up. My old videos, people who know them, know how fucking retarded I am with proof. Highlighting, underlining. I didn't do streaming until now. Really, I did some live streams with friends and things like that, just talk about things and do a little bit of investigative stuff online and just point different things out to people, like retarded things. Like the Aga Khan has a hospital in, where the hell is it? And it's on 911 Muammar Gaddafi Way. Well, I published that. Suddenly it went all around the internet. Anyway, but it carries, right? I don't give a shit about any goddamn, not to be rude. I'm not being rude. I'm not attacking anybody. I try not to, even though I've got a very gruff demeanor about me. But I don't give a shit about anybody. Well, that's the whole reason that they are the way that they are, is because people are afraid of them. And I'm not. I'm not going to be. It came to me one day when I was walking down the street and I was walking my dog. I'm like, I don't understand quite why my life is necessarily the path that it's traveled. I'm not the lawyer that I was supposed to be, but I do have knowledge. Whatever, financial stuff and all kinds of things. Like, it just doesn't quite add up. But it does. If God had a purpose, and my purpose is simply to share what I learned with other people and not to be afraid. And I'm not. Incidents in my life have happened, and I learned. You don't be afraid of things. Go ahead. Drop any dirt you want on me. That's cool. Come after me legally. I'll crush you. Financially, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? But this is just because it is an illusion, the fear. It is real to an extent, sure. But if people can overcome that illusion, the large part, oh my God, these people are going to do things to me or blah, blah, blah. Listen, we're all fucking human. We make mistakes. We've done things we regret, blah, blah, blah. Who the fuck cares? Bring it all out. Have you downloaded porn? Oh my God, you're a terrible person. You know, like what can you say about a person? If you have a good moral ethic in your heart, you live an ethical life, you're honest. Don't ever let people strike fear into you, because then they have the upper hand. But if you're not afraid of them in your heart, there's not a lot that people can do to you, because God will protect you. And I understand God is a dirty word. Oh, can't say that. And you know why that is? Never used to be a dirty word at all. There were lots of people who were proud to say, I believe in God. Lots of people who were proud to say, I believe in Jesus. And that is a good example to follow. And I should live my life like that. And he told you all kinds of stuff. I went to church as a kid, you know, I went through it all, and I went through my phases and stuff. And even early on in my YouTube stuff, you know, I was like, I still believed in God and believed in Jesus, but I was distant. I'm not so distant anymore, and I'm going to be less so going forward every day. But I'll tell you, when I reread that Bible now, I'm like, holy fuck, man. He is saying some serious shit here. Like, really serious. He lays it out, black and white. Not stuff that they taught us in church. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I learned about the church, and I learned about how that all got fucked around. Who was doing that? I'm like, oh no, really? Like, seriously? Where are we coming from, people? No problem. I'm glad to hear you're okay. That's what's important. I'm glad to hear what you're doing okay. And just know, see, this is the interesting thing. And this is what these people are afraid of. It isn't one goof sitting on YouTube. It's a fucking army. And we have the knowledge. We have the people. It doesn't need to necessarily be something violent. I don't advocate that at all. Do I see where this is probably going to go? Even though that absolutely detests me to the core of my being, because it is absolutely against every fiber of who I am now. Honestly, I didn't make mistakes in my past. But I'm not afraid. And you don't need to be either. And that makes them afraid. They are afraid. No matter how much they try and traumatize you and fucking show you blood and gore and desensitize you and fucking censor everything and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There's still one authority they can't beat. That's why I have the song on my intro is important. I never deny. Peter, right? From the Bible. Never deny, never deny, never deny. And it says it in there too. It's going to that's what it's going to come down to. And I'm ready for that. I'll go. You can deal with me and I'll be dispatched. My body is just a physical being. But my belief, you can't kill. Same with all of you. I know. You know. You may be at different journeys, stages of your journey, and it's not as though mine very far ahead. You know, everybody's, it's a lateral thing. Nobody's a professional in any of this. Some people know more things about some things, and some people know more things about other things, and some people are professionals with that. I still like to find the person who's very good with tech. My friend does tech, and I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. Every time he touches my computer, it breaks more. But, you're right. And we talk about that in the interview tonight sadly, after Steve got rabbled. They let them die. They left those kids. They're terrified. And I said that to that lady on the interview. I'm like, you can't ever say what you would do in a situation, but I'm sure as fuck, pretty positive I know what I would do. I don't even give a flying fuck if, I got a giant target painted on me. I am going because kids need me. I don't know. It's the right thing to do. Fucking ghetto bird flying around. And you guys are the same. It's not hashtag Nova Scotia Strong. It's not putting a flag behind your name or an avatar. That's what they fucking drilled into you. This is how I show my support. Or I shell out some money. If you can't do something there, right? And I said that to the lady when we were talking. I said, I feel powerless because I can't be there to do something. The fact is, you can do things in your own lives, right? We can do this here and investigate and hopefully give them something. And wake up a few more Canadians to what the hell is going on here. That they are not represented by an incapable RCMP, but a very, very, very purposeful and intentional acting against you and not in your best interest from the top. Maybe some very good officers in there, and there are. And there were that night. You know why? Because the armored vehicle didn't come until 4, but those kids got rescued after 2 hours. That was the few members who disobeyed. And are like, fuck you, man. I'm going in. This is my job. This is what I was trained to do. And above and beyond that, I'm a human. I'm not going to watch another human die. I'm not going to watch terror go down in front of me and be like, or run away in fear. Or listen to your shit orders. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Me. That's who. And hopefully those people are the same people who are going to come out and start fucking raining terror on them. Because it has to stop. That's our job. We built it. We can take it apart. Which is the RCMP guy, the retired guy. As I philosophize again. I encourage you, those of you who may be distant from God, or the idea repugnates you. Ted doesn't like, not that Ted doesn't like God. Ted doesn't believe necessarily. But he said something very interesting to me on the phone, which he was like, I've been reading some. And I'm like, ooh, really? He's like, maybe I don't necessarily believe, but I read. And I see something. And it's there. And I can't deny it. Never deny. Never deny. Which RCMP guy? The RCMP guy, are you talking about Don Matheson? I would like, hopefully Steve, I defer to Steve on lots because he's very amenable. He's very affable. People like him. And he has something I don't have yet. See, these are all works in progress. We all work together. Steve is so good at talking to people, asking really great questions, and being a very approachable individual. Me, I'm very not that way yet. Maybe one day. And I'm shy, right? So we all have skills. And those skills work together to solve the puzzle. Of course, Steve has tons of knowledge, as do you all. And we participate together. Why do I lose viewers? Is it like they get booted or they got to go to bed? I don't know. Is it God that pisses them off? Well, like he says in that song, I don't care about the 100,000 likes. I don't care about the huge paychecks because I turn them down. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. And they've really fucking battered that one badly. I mean, what can you say? What can you say about if you just look at the root of an individual's life? What can you say about Jesus that was bad? He was a pretty decent homie. He's a guy I kind of hang around with. He didn't put up with shit either. Despite them, they're like, oh yeah, turn the other cheek. Fuck you, he did. He fashioned the whip. He'll go in and he'll fucking clean it out. He'll clean it out because he's not afraid. The stories in there, I'll tell you, man. Balls. But he's God. That's why. He's not afraid. And that made them very afraid. We have to get rid of him. And since then, it has been a campaign to destroy him. To destroy. You see? You notice how it's like people see it, right? They bash on white Christian males. What's the word in there that you're really looking at? They bash on Christians. Don't like them. And I'm not talking church Christians. Don't mistake me. Because the world is his temple. You don't need to go to church. I don't go to church. I haven't found a church yet that I agree with. There is one, actually, that I do. Sadly, it's not here in Canada, and I agree with most everything that he says. And again, that's because we're human. We're not going to agree on everything, right? But I'm certainly not going to go to a church with certain flags hanging in it and telling me that I need to pledge allegiance to that and I need to give money to that, or ones that have been infiltrated and destroyed from within that build mini golf courses. This was the church that I went to when I was a kid. I was Roman Catholic, and then went to, which is a total mess too, and then went to the Anglican Church. And what does the Anglican Church do? The second biggest church, the second most important church behind Westminster Abbey, oldest, most respected one in England. What do? They build a mini golf in there. One must look at who is the head of the Anglican Church, the Church of England. Possibly explains things. They banned that video when I made it. Didn't like that. There you go. Dawn knows. Dawn knows. Things have been misappropriated. Isn't that the word they like to use? Borrowed? Borrowed? Changed for their benefit? Steve makes awesome videos. He does. Whoever gave Wortman, see, this is another thing, right? You're not going to see any cases. You're not going to see cases about, because they know, and I'm fairly certain it's as relative as an uncle in the warrants. Retired RCMP. Well, the next assumption would be the uncle refers to that. Ain't getting charged. No. Why? Perhaps it has something to do with something much more insidious, such as he was a police officer, and for whatever reason, something went terribly wrong. We don't know why. But the RCMP certainly were covering for this individual. And to me, that sends up question marks all over the place. You're not going to get rid of the weapons. You're not going to do anything about any of it. In fact, you're just going to destroy them. You know where the guns are. And they tell you things. I hope that one of the lawyers, I'm hoping I can see in my head, it's coming together ever so slowly, right? And I think I spoke about it at the beginning because this was the way that it worked with my grandmother. And she taught me that, and I lived with her. So I know all about it. First, maybe you're a very small group of people and you have a purpose. And then you get other people involved. And they work with you. They work. They don't hashtag. They do the work. God always appreciates people who do works, right? They work together. Then they find an editor or a journalist who is good and on the side. Because she knew then they were controlled, just as they are much worse now. Then he starts publishing articles saying how it really is. People are like, oh, goodness, this seems to be strange. You sway public opinion. My grandmother was a lawyer. She got a couple other lawyers involved. All of a sudden, it turns into a gigantic shit show. So hopefully, whatever evidence we have, we can then give to a lawyer. Because why? When this avenue has been proven in the past, would you fail to act upon it now? You're going to go straight, don't pass go. Don't collect the $200. You want to listen to straight boogaloo? What? You have avenues to pursue, despite them fucking telling you. Be afraid, you're only one person, it doesn't matter, you can't do anything. God damn, they've hammered that into people. Really have. Sad. It's fucking sad. I can't do anything. I'm just one person. My mom does that. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? You came out of my grandmother. Great stories. I'd love to write a book about her one day from my perspective. There already have been. But from my perspective, from going up with her. Because I'll tell you, she taught me certain things. I'll share one story with you. Because she was pretty awesome. So my mom, we got new neighbors at my mom's house. The old neighbors that we had, fantastic people. An old married couple. And he'd been through a lot. Holy fuck. He never really talked about it. I only found out about it kind of from other sources. But he was Austrian, and he had spent many years in the Gulag post the war. And he survived. And they settled down, and he had his nice little house and his wife, and they were really nice. And he was really great to me because my dad was a shit. He was a shit. My parents got divorced. Lawyers getting divorced, very, very bad idea. Constant court cases. Anyway, but he was really nice. He taught me how to ride a bike and do all these great things. He stepped up to the plate. He did the right thing. He's like, well, that guy doesn't have a dad. I had my granddad, and I had some really great male role models in my life. But he had his role. Anyway, they died, and new people bought up the house, and they had a bit of a different attitude. As in, the neighborhood, they had a materialistic thing, very much so. They lived in a nice part of town. So they wanted to change a lot of things, and they did. And my mother, didn't like that and caused, a bunch of resisted, shall we say. But she did her cautious resistance. And my grandmother, oh no. She lived in her house just down the street that she bought because she wanted to be close to me. So the house that I lived in, she gave to us. She was a very, very nice woman. Anyway, so she lived at home. She was not a recluse, but just didn't go out. And, did all kinds of stuff. She was a fucking reform party and doing all this nonsense. Presto, God, people would come over. Anyways, so one day she kind of got sick and tired of my mom talking about these neighbors and how they built a fence. And they'd put the fence, because there was never a fence there before, because was good neighborly stuff. They wanted to build this big fence, and they put it on to our property, which bothered my mom. Naturally so. And she kind of tried to resist them a little bit legally, and a little bit she tried. Not gargantuan amounts, because my mom is just like that. She's softer. Anyway, my grandmother came, she's like, what the hell is going on over there? She came out of her house. She went barreling down the street. She's wearing her nightgown with holes burnt in it from cigarettes. And she was just raised living hell. And this woman was terrified. My little tiny grandmother. And she said, if you fuck around, not like that. She's not. She was very well-mannered. Grew up in an extraordinary home. As did I. I don't know where I got off the tracks, but actually I do. Anyway, but she was like, you're messing with something you don't want to start. You really don't want this. You have no idea. And you could see the lady's face. She was just like, and I was just a little kid. And I was like, Gran, don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to upset her. My grandmother was like, it doesn't matter if I upset her. I'm not on this earth to make her happy. Anyway, I am not following. Can I elaborate? You do not understand? It's analogous. It's analogous. Don't ever let people push you around. Never. Didn't matter that she was fucking old, tiny woman. Nobody pushed her around. And me as a little kid, little boy, and I'm like, oh no, no. She's just like, brr. And I was like, this is what I grew up with, you know? It gave me some real fucking foundation, I'll tell you. Now, let's go back. You're all talking about motorcycles and stuff. Maybe my story bored you. Someone on Reddit claimed to know ex-girlfriend said 23 bikes in storage. He absolutely did have lots and lots and lots of motorcycles. Lots. And we're not talking dirt bikes. We're talking choppers, Harleys. Because you don't fabricate bikes, and yet there is a man who did the fabrication for him. He's on the record. And he said, I did welding and fabrication for 2 to 3 dozen motorcycles. That's a lot of money. A lot of motorcycles. Who do you think he was trying to impress? With his bar and his access to the Brinks Bank. Yeah, he was just what did they call him? An injustice collector? Denturist? Yeah. I got a hole in my head. Someone said Gabriel Wortman was off to the airport. Who knows? Again, I would say, who was that? Adrian? Adrian got that one bang on fairly early on. And he's like, dude, I think, and it didn't click right away, but it, I like to file things. And the more I kept thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, you're absolutely fucking right. He went down there and they knew where he was. He was driving a different vehicle. He was wearing different clothing. How the hell did they know he was there? Look at the pictures. The car, the line of sight. How could somebody in another vehicle be able to identify that Mr. Wortman was sitting there at the pumps in his car? How? Yukon Suburban sits here. Mazda 3 sits here. Driver looking down, and driver is over here. You can't see. He was waiting there. What time does the truck weigh station say? That they openly will show you. 10:31. What time does he die? Supposedly. 11:26. One tactical unit. 2 members, 1 tactical unit. Did they say lots and lots of RCMP and tons of media? Or do you think those photos that you looked at where they're maybe standing on the door and then they maybe move over and all the signs are down and everybody's getting little snapshots and little videos and an hour later, 1 tactical unit. Meh. So, my God. How did it... Okay, let's see here. Hey, Loretta, what's up? What's up? And that fellow, I'm not even going to say his name. He's resurfaced again in a different incarnation with a different name and a different Facebook page, telling the same exact verbatim story, which is bullshit. Even his story has got big problems in it. Disinformation. They throw it all over the place. Kind of like that.
For his parents?
You know? Just kind of. They put it out there.
And for himself.
So it confuses
he
you.
deserves that.
So it confuses you. You're like, oh, I believe this is what has gotten us into problems. Putting all of our trust into teachers, they're going to teach the kids the right way, for sure. They're going to be really good. Putting all of our trust into, and it's not to say that the teachers are bad. It's to say, who gives them the curriculum? Who owns the textbook companies? No. You know how to teach your kids. Right from wrong. You know what's generally right. You've lived your life. You know experiences. You can share all of those. No. We give our trust to somebody else. We give our trust to a totally fictitious, fraudulent government. And I'm not doing necessarily saying the Doug Force type stuff. I'm not touching that. I'm just simply saying your government in terms of parties and all this, it's pure sham. It's pure sham. It's just there to make you feel good. Well, I'm making a difference. Yay, I gave it all away. I gave it all away to the police force because they're going to take care of me, don't you know? Just ask those kids if they feel that way. Ask the lady who that we were interviewing tonight. Ask her. And I know I hate that. There's some people in here who are like, I want to see that interview. Yeah, it's like, I'll tell you about that later. There's something I know, but I'll tell you later. It kind of pisses people off. I don't know if it pisses other people off, but it certainly pisses me off. Did you do research on whether? Who cares if it's complete bullshit nonsense. Let's look at the term injustice collector, and then he's like, these people who have been wronged in their life. I think I could ask my neighbor if he's been wronged in his life. I think the answer would be, yeah, he's been wronged by some people. It's complete bullshit is what it is. Let's just have a quick look. It's a good question. It's a very valid question. I have not looked into it, sadly, because other things take me away from things. It's not to say that I'm doing other things, but I'm just busy on other things to do with this. Injustice collector. This is some airy-fairy thing dreamt up by probably somebody in the psychology field. Psychology is garbage. Be very careful of it. This is why we get manipulated, because it's understanding the human mind. Anyone wants to learn about that, go and look at Mr. Bernays. Mr. Bernays, all about how to manipulate the mind. He wrote a book on it even. It was called, what was it called again? Oh, that's right. Propaganda. Guess who his uncle was? Or his, whatever he was related to. And very close to. That would be Sigmund Freud. And, well, I'll just leave it at that. Anybody who knows me knows what that's about. Injustice collector. I'm a little wise to their games. The dangerous. Of course, they're going to have probably some bullshit out here. The PsychNet. Here we go. PsychNet. Dangerous. Injustice collector. Have you been wronged in your life? I never get any likes, Loretta. I don't know if they delete them or if people just don't like me. I don't know. They seem to watch. They just don't hit the button, or YouTube lies about it. YouTube lies all over the place. Busted them so many times. And the year was 1927. Okay, it's just telling a story of somebody. Never forgives, never forgets. Okay. Injustice collecting psychology today. One of these days I'm going to have to blow the fuck out of psychology. Me, I've been in psychology a lot. There are good components to it. There are good components to psychology. But most of them are just pretty basic. Like, if you're going through a tough time. You don't bottle those things inside. You go to the people who are your friends and your loved ones that you trust, and you talk to them about it. This is why we develop relationships with people. It's funny that way. Relationships on many fronts aren't about cherries and football games and bullshit. What they're about is pain that we have suffered in our life and we're willing to disclose to another person. That's what it's about. And then we garner trust with that person, and more trust is developed. Right? That's the foundation. Right? So that's pretty basic. When you're feeling tough inside and you got a bad day, you go to somebody that you love and you trust and you talk to them. Pretty easy. You don't keep it inside, because you keep it inside, well, maybe you get mad at somebody for nothing, or, but it doesn't need all kinds of airy-fairy fucking names and all this bullshit. The rest of it is just about being a good, moral human being. Probably abiding by things that were maybe said in the New Testament. Go figure. Go figure. Hard. Really toughy. Instead, they've built a $1 zillion business on books and fucking things to hang on your wall and retardedness. It's just insanity. And this is what the world has turned into. Insane. Insane. Real easy. Yeah. There you go. There you go. See? It's not about diagnosing with titles and giving drugs. I think we all know probably those drugs aren't very good for our brains, right? I mean, they do work for some people. Don't get me wrong. But good old-fashioned talking it out, listening to one another, supporting one another, that does a fuckload, man. Drugs, make you feel good, tune you out of the world more, have you more susceptible to their garbage. They invent them too. Funny that. Funny. How is it? How does this work like this? I just don't get it. I'm being totally facetious. You hit that button every time you come here. You are awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I don't believe they're nonsense anyways. It does have its effect, and I know that it does have its effect on other people too. To the point that they will either quit talking or they'll just quit making YouTube. They'll feel like, oh, I'm totally alone. Nobody cares about me. Whatever. I like those people who are just like, oh, I see it says I have 3 viewers. I don't care. I'm just going to babble away. Maybe somebody will listen. RCMP said that they were afraid for their families. They made him an informant. RCMP say a lot of things. Do you know that they do? I like the one that they say, what was it? Nobody got pulled over. That one's a pretty good one. I know one of them, she was sitting on the side of the road. She was waiting for her client. Only one. But he's definitely used his car for both. And it's on the record. Let's see, what does she say to the coworker? Oh, that's right. That's right. Nurse O'Brien, on the phone with the coworker as it happens. And she says, don't worry about it, because where did this happen? Let's have a look. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. See how close together they are? So what happened was Beaton was waiting for her client. Mr. Wortman, on the side of the road, Mr. Wortman shot her in the car with the cruiser because he wasn't using a magic broom. And Nurse O'Brien heard it and was on the phone at the time. At the time. Let's see if we can find that article. Jesus. It's all just absolutely. It's insulting to my intelligence. This shit. As in, it's a huge game that they just run on all of us. Oh, 7 hours. See? I talked to her about this the other day. She was kind enough to grace us with her presence. Nurse O'Brien's daughter. And my heart bleeds for all of them. I just keep praying. Now, let's find. I hope she's not traumatized by, if she does watch this stuff. That's not my intent to traumatize anybody. Let's find. Okay, there we go. We'll use a name. Mary isn't there in person's name. Coworker. Mary called and said she was on the phone with Mom. And her words were that Mom was coming down Plains Road when she was talking to her on the phone. And she said to her, I hear gunshots, Mary. And Mom said, I'm almost to Lancaster Crescent. And Mom said to her, it's okay, Mary. The RCMP are here. And the next thing Mary heard was Mom scream. So, I'm gathering from that, just in my simplistic way, that Nurse O'Brien saw an RCMP person. Because what did she hear? Gunshots. From just up the road. But she felt safe because the RCMP had arrived. In what? A garbage truck? Let's see, what did they say? What did they say? Oh, I'm so glad.
I just want to clarify your comment today, Superintendent Campbell, that you don't believe the gunman was using the RCMP replica cruiser to pull over any of the victims. I'm looking at a transcript here from your news conference on April 24th. This is a quote where you said, a witness described that the suspect had pulled over one of the vehicles and then shot one of the drivers. So can you clarify why you said that at that time and what the reality actually is?
Okay, so very good question. Watch the psychological warfare in action. Very well rehearsed. He's trying to get you to think about all kinds of other things and not answer the question, but he does. And guess what he does? He lies. And you know what? I'm so happy. I'm so happy because what it all started with day one. Sue them. No public inquiry. Sue, because you'll get the answers because you can depose. And guess what one of the things that they're citing is? Oh, that's this. The lying. This specific lie.
So the reality is that investigations, people give us information, and that information is interpreted, and that was the
Do we care about your interpretation? That wasn't the question.
interpretation of the information at that time. Since that time, it's been confirmed through the investigative team that the eyewitnesses at the scene do not describe that the gunman was pulling over any vehicles.
Really? Let's go back to that article. I just want to make sure I've got that correct. You know what? They like to do this. They like to tell witnesses, people who have experienced things, exactly what happened. Oh no, you didn't see that. It didn't happen. Let's use a term that they like to use in psychology. Do you know what that's called? That's called gaslighting. It's a popular one these days. They like to throw out the popular one. Narcissist. Borderline personality disorder. Gaslighting. But they give you the gaslighting because you know you're getting gaslit, but they're just trying to fuck up your mind more. Let's hear what they say, what they actually say. Again, let's get it nice and big, so we're all on the same page. Where the fuck happened here? Go away, your advertisement. I know who advertises. Same fucking guy wrote propaganda. Oh, that was his job. Father of advertising. Let's see here. What did the witness say? Mary, not her name, called and said she was on the phone with Mom. First-hand witness. And her words to me were that Mom described that Mom described was coming down Plains Road when she was talking to her on the phone. Not hearsay. She actually was a participant in the conversation. The recounting is hearsay. But the witness statement is firsthand. And she said to her, quote, I hear gunshots. What was she hearing? She was hearing Karen Beaton getting shot. Just up the road. And Mom said, I'm almost at Lancaster Crescent. They're just filling in that. Mom said to her, it's okay, Mary. The RCMP are here. Let's go back to what he says again. Just because I wasn't sure.
At the scene do not describe that the eyewitnesses at the scene do not describe that the gunman was pulling over any vehicles.
Really? What was he using? That she was able to identify that he was RCMP. And whilst on the phone, she was killed. And the next thing Mary heard was Mom scream. But you know what the RCMP tell you? Oh, no, the witnesses didn't say that. Does this sound at all reminiscent? Let's have a look at that one. Because I'm really pissed off with all the lying. I don't like lying. I'm not a big person on lying. Really is a problem for me. This fucking world, all lies. How many times how many times? You know what this is? This is a sworn document. It is a federal offense to swear to mistruths, lies in a warrant, in an ITO application. It is a federal criminal offense. So, Miss Howerluck, you got something really, really bad coming down the pike. Bad. Because you signed this. It is your sole duty to make sure that what you're signing to, you know to be true. You can't go to the bank, can you? And say, well, I just didn't know I signed that piece of paper. Can you? It's called a legal agreement. It's your responsibility. What does she say? On behalf of the RCMP, let's see here. Members of the RCMP also spoke to Clint Ellison, who stated that his brother Corey Ellison had been shot and was on the beach. Why was he on the beach? They were together on the beach. Multiple warrants. Do you know when those warrants were made? Let's see. One was on the 20th. One was on the 24th. Do you know what falls in between? Take the average. That's right. The 22nd. RCMP say they're on the beach. 24th. Clinton Ellison. Let's see if we can find his interview. Do you know what he says to the CBC? First-hand witness who experienced it. You know what he said? Do you remember? Let's see if we can find him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Somebody's not telling true.
Yeah, it's about 10 o'clock. I went upstairs to go to bed.
Notice all the technical errors with this, by the way. I'm going to do a video about these. A lot of editing going on with things and technical errors. Just like the equipment didn't work when we were interviewing Smythe. And no, we forgot to take notes too. Oops.
Listening to music talking. We heard a single gunshot. Didn't
Where?
think anything of it.
Where were we?
Yeah, it was about 10 o'clock. I went upstairs to go to bed.
Where's he?
My brother were upstairs listening to music talking. We heard a single gunshot. Didn't think anything of it. Not so long after my father came down, we asked him if he heard the single gunshot.
Is his father coming down to the beach? That must be where he is, right? Because they're on the beach walking together, right? Right? They're on the beach together. But the father is coming down. I don't know. That must be that stairway to heaven. Meh.
Said no. We stepped out in front of his house and looked, and we see a large glow in the sky from a very large fire. My brother said he was going to go up and check it out. My father told him not to. My brother said, I'll be right back. I was sitting there with my dad. We were waiting and waiting and waiting.
Because they're waiting on the beach, right? Right?
My brother didn't come back. Finally, he phoned. And he says, listen, the fire's really bad. I'm taking pictures. Call the fire department. And we waited and we waited and we waited. And I walked up the road looking for my brother with a flashlight. My father come with me so far, but he stopped at the end of his driveway and turned around and went back in his house. I walked up.
Because they're at the beach, right? So when I was asked by Globe and Mail I asked about this, and I said, I'm having some problems with some of the things that are being said and some of the things that are being deleted. So she said to me, oh, maybe it's because at the end of the road there, which I don't think Mr. Ellison lives at, but I'm not sure. I have to check that. I don't know personally, so I can't say, and I should be careful. I don't like to say things I don't know. Cabquid Road, yeah. It's kind of beachy at the end. But I don't think he lived on Cabquid Road. I think he lived on the main road, either Orchard Beach or Portapique. Now, but she proposed a very good alternative theory, which was, well, could be confused. Maybe the RCMP got that wrong. Maybe they were confused because the road and the beach kind of could be one and the same, just at that area, right? And I said, well, that's true, but that doesn't make sense that he was at home with his dad. Oh, I can't explain that one, said she. This was aired when? Between two applications. Sworn. Criminal offense. You want to see another wonderful? Let's see if I can still find that. Seamus got a really shitty memory, but I've read a lot of things, so. Let's see here. What did I call that? I made a little tweet. I used to like to make these tweets when I was. And if you watch it and you know what I'm talking about, it's fucking spooky, man. Nope, that's not it. Too much stuff. How's everybody doing? Just down the road. Oh, the lies and the warrant. There are many. But do remember who Howard Chuck is. Oh, that's right. She did undercover work with biker gangs. Maybe like Mr. Wortman? Just saying. Bah. Oh, God. If only I could remember the name. Let's see. I have it locked away, I believe. Let's see if this video gets me in shit. Last time I unlocked a video, I'm not going to unlock it, I'll just play it. But last time I unlocked a video, that was when I got in shit. YouTube was like, bang! It was like right away, just from an unlisted, and I moved it right back. They're like, next time you have anything hateful on your channel, we're going to give you a strike. I'm like, how did you know? Because nobody could search it. Of course. I would be a fool. Switch account. Okay. You're going to load? Because I have such terrible internet, don't you know? fuck's sake. What a bunch of bullshit. I don't know what's going on here. I blasted Twitter one day about that. I made a little tweet about that. I'm like, really? Must be my slow internet, right? Hey. Go video for Steve. Oh, this is a good one. Oh dear, is pumping out some good stuff. She does. I'm assuming she. I wish we had more dialogue between us. Hopefully that will emerge. Let's see. It's going to take me a minute, so if you want to grab a coffee, please do. This is a time I wish I had. If my girlfriend was around, she could go grab me a coffee. I'm just teasing. She's very nice to have around. Ooh. There's some stuff I never aired about the Quebec mosque. Evidence suddenly appearing. Spooky. Oh, the things. The things. One day. One day. One day. Band. Fuck me, man. It's just constant. Okay. I want you to watch closely. Because there's a lot in it. Maybe go back and watch it again. Better turn off that. Because you'll see there's a bit of a parallel that's going on here with the telling witnesses what to do and media playing funny games with you. Hey, Aikichi, Mark, what's going on? Couple people. I love all these new people. Mr. Moneypenny's here. There we go. How's it going, sir? Right. Watch this. Oh, it helps if it has sound, right? If you don't like my choice in music for this, I do apologize. It's not exactly the most safe for work, but I was getting a little pissed with all the lying. I have been for a long time, but...
There were two people. They were masked, and they shouted, Allah Akbar.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. It's Bad Boy South, niggas. Yeah. Ball and G. Yeah. The moment you all been waiting for, collaboration. Come on now. Let's go. Let's go. From the underground, fat boy from the mound. Spit it how I live it, keep it gutter. That's how we get down. I wanna see you get it wrong. Let a nigga know what hood you from. Everybody with me drunk. Break it down and roll it up. Bag it up. A girl like you, a nigga like me can't pass it up. Rolling by, looking good. Put it in the
Oh, I love archive. I archive so much.
What you got right here, they broke the mold. One of a kind, fat boy with a gold mouth. Hard to touch. Sorry to tell you, boys out here ain't hard as us. Style the G, part of the streets. The streets are a part of us. Lay it down, please remember the games. We don't play them down. Disrespect, please remember the stains. We gon' stay the same. Bust a nigga, baby, smack a hoe, shoot the club. Bust a nigga, baby, smack a hoe, shoot the club. Bitch, nigga, bitch, nigga, bitch, nigga, bitch. Go. Trouble.
Uh-oh, right there. See that line? See it? Abdi is convinced he saw 2 shooters. Police say there's only one. I'm going to ask you a question. How many police do you think were there that night at the Quebec Mosque? How many? Do you think Mr. Abdi was there? Because he certainly was. And those are 3 independent people. Let's look at that line again. Because rather, the cognitive dissonance starts to go a little bit, right? Abdi is convinced he saw 2 shooters. Police say there was only one. How would the police possibly know? How would the police possibly know where Mr. Ellison was? Or do you think Mr. Ellison would know? Do you know who oversaw this case? Do you know? Do you know who saw it? Well, that's right. The RCMP. Look at that line very carefully. Think about it for a minute. If your house was robbed and you told the police who robbed your house, what they looked like, and then they wrote down in their report, it was a green alien. When you say it was a guy who was, 6 feet, he had a beard, was about 55 years old, and then they wrote down in their report, it was a green alien. Is that what I told you? Is that what I told you? 'Cause I don't think so. Steve, the sarcasm rolling out. No. Clinton doesn't know what he's talking about because he wasn't there, right? It was the RCMP that were there. Clinton Ellison just teleported somewhere else. And the RCMP told him later what happened. Oh, yeah, by the way, you know what? We were walking down the beach. And Mr. Ellison's like, well, I could have sworn I was at home with my dad. 20th? 24th? Multiple times. And they're telling you and the court, which is your court, a lie, swearing to it under oath, which is a criminal offense. Okay? See, I lay some pretty heavy charges. That's a serious allegation to accuse, and they most certainly, trust me, if you're wrong, they will come after you because that's called defamation and liable legally. Just like a few things I've said, such as the cop car, etc. Murder, another good one. Pretty heavy charges to lay against something that's called libel. Equally, I respond with this. If you want to take me up on that, please do, because I'm going to have a lot of interesting people to call under discovery, under oath. And you don't think I know how to play this game? Oh, I know it way better than you. It's in my blood. It's been there for generations. The very people that you make applications to are the judges that give them to you. Were family of mine. Not in this case, obviously, but in other cases. So I know. Uh-oh. Yep. Bring it. Oh, I just got some internet issues. Let's see. Spread it far and wide, because the statement about not getting pulled over, as soon as that aired, right? We did the press conference. We went through that statement. All these things you can go back and, funnily enough, find them right away. Now a lawyer's suing, and he's citing that because they lied. Oops. That's a problem. And if you think it's one lie, or one mistake, or just a series of mistakes, I'd say take that little thing in your head, which is I would never do that to another individual. Oh, here we go. Getting garbled. And switch it a little bit. And remember, they're not working for you. All you have to do is recall, whenever you have that little one that goes in your head is, I don't understand. All you have to think of is those 4 kids and 2 hours. That'll clear it up for you real fast. Certainly does me, because it keeps me awake. All of the lives that have been devastated throughout this. Thousands. Hundreds of thousands, because you've got a province that is living in fear of the people that are, quote, there to protect them, because they act against them. They don't protect them. Been booted off already 3 times? No, that doesn't have a surprise. I like that. I like that tweet. I just make some of the most awesome stuff. I miss it. I still have I have a bunch of projects running for this. For this case, I have a bunch going. But one of these days, not the little projects to release. They don't work for you. They can't find 4 kids. But you know what they can do? They can dig around in every nook and cranny of your life. You can have a superintendent who lies to the public and says, we don't know about the FAC. The what, sir? The what, sir? I thought that is the PAL. And do you know who's responsible for that program, sir? That would be you. And do you know how long it takes to find out? It takes all of about 5 seconds. But it took you days. And even when asked, it had to be asked twice. And then you replied, well, we don't, to the best of our understanding, we don't think he had an FAC. Really? You didn't know that just from the get-go, did you? But if he's a police officer and he doesn't have a PAL, what's going on there? If you have a convicted criminal working for you, well, that's a problem. Oh, I'm getting garbled more. That's a problem. You've got a lot of big problems, looks like. And it's really going to start hitting the fan. If people ask the right questions and keep up the pressure. And I am praying that we can get in contact with some of these lawyers. Because I'll tell you, there's a few of us rolling around here who have some fucking serious gold that will tank them. And tank them big time. The RCMP as it was, you can kiss that goodbye. Because eventually people will wake up more and more and they'll be like, you know what? I don't really want liars who leave kids suffering, who subject their own employees in harm's way to be representing me, to be protecting me, to try to show us. What kind of example does that set for kids? Liars, deceivers. Well, I can think of something that's like that. Whole houses subvert. I wonder how many views. I'm going to check to see how many views that got. If it's getting viewed at all. I don't think anybody's watching it. Which is probably a good thing right now, because I don't want to be to muddy the waters with my, well, it's well-founded, very well-founded knowledge. It only has 74 views. Somebody was telling me, though, that the link I gave is wrong. I'm not going to correct it, though, funnily enough. And so I guess it's been wrong the entire time. But I'm not going to correct it, because if I do, well, then somebody will say, well, you can't believe anything that guy says because he has an opinion about that or knowledge about that. So you can't believe it because it's contrary to what you're indoctrinating us with. So therefore, you have to discount anything and everything that he says. No, actually, you don't. I don't care if I said the moon was still made of cheese or was made of cheese or whatever, right? Throw anything out there. It doesn't negate what I'm saying, which is true. You lied. You murdered. You endangered. You abandoned. There was major dereliction of duty. Does it matter if I say the moon is made of cheese? No. No, it doesn't. So even though you may not believe everything that I say, to which I would never say, please do, I would encourage everybody always to go and read and learn. I can point. Sure. I guess time and life has afforded me that opportunity. I don't have soccer games dragging me down and mortgages to pay and jobs to worry about being fired from. I don't have these things. Quite purposeful, I think. It used to upset me when I was younger. I'd be like, I'm not going to get these things. But you know what? I was never supposed to. Because God wanted me to be right here, right now, just as the way it is. Because then I don't have to worry about these other things. Right? In a way, I'm very insulated Not the false insulation the RCMP does, like victims' families. You can't talk to us because we're worried about hurting victims' families. To which, again, that is a lie. At least insofar as I know. All the families want answers. And all you will tell them is, where's your address so we can send a quilt that other heartbroken Nova Scotians took the time to make? Not us. We'll just mail that out to you. And if you have any questions, we're sorry. We can't tell you. What is tinfoiling? They work for us, man. They aren't. They're like a very rogue employee that needs a good spanking. You know? Wake up! Or you're getting fired. But the whole system is broken. And this is the thing that people are going to see. And maybe, just maybe, this, not insignificant by any stretch, but this little piece of the puzzle might make some difference. I'm gambling. Oh, I hate that number. I see it on my screen. I'm gambling. If you suddenly start, Canadians start to see that, the average Canadian starts to see, oh my goodness, I'm not powerless. If I can rally a few people behind me, I can take somebody to court. You don't even need a few people, frankly, actually. But I can take people to court. I can take anybody in this country to court if I want to. And you can. And I advocated that a long time ago. I forget which section it is in the criminal code. I did a video about it way at the beginning. If you have evidence, well documented evidence, you go down to your courthouse, you can make an appointment, and you can charge anybody. Your politicians, a member of the police, anybody. And you know what you do? It's like Monopoly. You straight by the Crown Prosecutor and straight by the police. Funny that. People know that. They're like, oh my God, you know what? I suddenly have power. I didn't realize I had that power. Yes, it's expensive. Yes, it takes time. It doesn't have to be expensive. People can represent themselves. There's lawyers out there too who will do pro bono work if they think it's important enough. You could literally, and I mean that, literally, even though it would be extraordinarily difficult, but you literally could charge the Prime Minister of this country. You. All by your lonesome. If you had enough evidence and you put it in front of a judge, a good judge, and he saw merit in it, he has to abide by that and charge somebody. Plus, there's this interesting thing of, I don't quite understand in Canada how it works, but qualified immunity. This is a question down in the United States. Many people hide behind the qualified immunity. I'm not sure quite how it applies in Canada or even the legal lingo laws invented by the same people. Sad. But I'm speaking about my own family's occupation. But qualified immunity protects a police officer in the United States. We have similar type things where that means that no matter what they do, if they're carrying their stuff out in the course of business, and they abide by law, they're protected personally. Now, I watched a video of a guy yesterday. It was an interesting video. It was one of these citizen auditors. And lots of those are just clickbait nonsense, trash. And nuisances in many cases. But this one individual was quite interesting how he did it. He was like, I'm going to go into a post office, I'm going to buy a stamp, and I'm going to show the police officers and the postal department exactly the way it is. This is the same premise as all other auditors, right? But his approach was genuine, and I could tell. And so he gave them every opportunity to say, listen, we're going to go and look at what you're talking about. Perhaps we don't know what we're talking about. And he said, he warned them amply. He said, listen, if you give me a written trespass at this point from this post office, I'm going to tell you this is what's going to happen. You will have violated my rights. If you have violated my rights, qualified immunity no longer applies to you. That means I can sue you personally. And I'm going to tell you right now, I will. And he did. This is interesting. And they kept fighting with him and saying, no, we know what we're doing. It was one sergeant in particular. And he kept saying to the sergeant, listen, you have one officer here who does seem actually very good and very interested in learning. I have the documentation right here. It's DHS, it's law, applies. And I'm willing to show you guys. All I'm asking you is to educate yourselves on your boundaries. And the one officer was really good. He was like, I want to know a little bit more about that. Could you tell me about that? He wasn't biding time either. He was doing the right thing. He was asking, and you could tell he was really uncomfortable because his sergeant was there, right? And the man said to the sergeant, listen, you're setting a really bad example for all the people in your charge because you're not willing to learn. You're obstinate and you believe that you know, and you're not even open-minded enough to educate yourself on your job. And I'm simply presenting you the ability to do that so that we all live in a better place, because I actually am here representing you and your rights, because fundamentally it's going to come back around. Remember the poem, and then they came for me? It's the same thing. And it was right. He was right. And it was pretty fucking awesome to watch. Quite inspiring. One little guy. Okay. Do we want to finish that tweet? I'm going to finish it just because it's got this all in it. I think I might say one or two things in there too. Sound familiar? Do you know when I made this video?
Certain. There were two people. They were masked and they shouted Allah Akbar. Yes, ma'am.
My poor old little tweeties. I miss my old Twitter. They canned that, of course. But I didn't make that yesterday. I made that years ago. Because I saw what was going on. You can still see it today. It's all over the place. The media does it. The RCMP do it. It doesn't matter if it's the CBC. It doesn't matter what government you have in power. It's all the same. It's all against you and me and those 4 kids and the 911 operator and everybody who's the Onslow crew and all of the people. Strange how that applies. There you go. Perhaps he was a police officer. You can go back real early in this story on those videos, even though I'm sure it would be quite difficult to watch. I've gone back and watched some of them. I don't particularly like watching myself, but I do go back and watch for different things. And there's stuff right, that day or whatever. These are things that we suggested very, very early on. The problems in the press conferences, bang, 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 bang. The push bar, real early on. I think that was Kage. I'm not sure. I think it was Kage. When they first released the photos, he's like, there's no push bar on those cars. I'm like, holy shit, you're right, man. Adrian's like, how could he be down there, and shot in his car? Interesting how this all works, right? But you see, it's just different pieces and different people, and we're all doing it and uncovering it and getting it. And yet, you've got something. What the fuck came out today? I saw that. Look at how and I'm not trying to I'm not here to slight people or anything. I'm here simply because I've had enough. And I think we deserve much, 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 much more better. Much more better. Much better than we are getting. Okay? Are you going to open? Thank you. What's this? Ding! Oh. What are you saying? Do you know how far behind these people are? This is how far behind they are. They've noticed now the push bar. But it isn't necessarily that they are far behind. Perhaps they know, so they're starting to talk about it. Just like the red Mazda suddenly became a Mazda, or how many other things suddenly got altered. The head-on collision suddenly became, I don't see any fucking damage on those cars. What are you talking about? Says I. No. There's no head-on damage. What are you talking about? Oh, now it becomes some kind of an accident. Just keep the pressure on, people. Let's do it. Push bar. Strange. Yes, but the silver tracker. See, nobody's still talking about that. I can't fathom this one. How long does it take to drive the silver tracker? I'm putting that in quotation marks. The silver tracker was only recently surfaced as the Explorer, right? Only recently. But so we're operating with what knowledge that we have, right? And that's fair. You can only do with what you can and what you have at hand. But the silver tracker in the Twitter line, where are people not putting this together? It's in the Twitter feed for 18 minutes. It's in different places. And he only technically drove this vehicle 1.8 kilometers. It takes 76 seconds. In one case, I can't remember how long it was in Monies. How long, Mr. Moneypenny? Hey, Raging, how's it going? I haven't, I saw you made something the other day. I haven't checked it out. I did check it out in part. Sorry. Apologize. How long does it take to drive 1.8 seconds or 1.8 kilometers? How long? Does it take you 18 minutes? Are you over in Brookfield or are you down in Shube? And nobody says anything about it yet. That's a complete, it's right there in front of you. Right there. Lots of these things right there, just like the push bar, which they now suddenly, the same federal government sees the light. They've suddenly, the entity, the media wing, and don't ascribe it solely to Nova or CBC because it isn't. I'll tell you that. It's not. But CBC is very good at it. They like to change things, remove things. These are propaganda units. Is the truth in their lies, the media's lies? Absolutely. There's some truths in it. You have to be a discerning person using this, which God blessed you with, a great, great mind. All of you. Wonderful gift. Free. Just to sort through the wheat from the chaff. Lies, disregard, moving along. Who said it? Who said it? Where did it come from? Right? Then you file this away because that's just common knowledge. Things to do. I'm not in Nova Scotia. No, I'm in Alberta, sir. I wish if I was there. Oh, I assure you, field day for me. And I can't travel there because of the COVID. It's there. We can make that difference. There is a lawyer, thank God, who stepped up now on behest of the families, on behest of the two nurses' families, who finally did what I said from the beginning. Sue them! Not sue Wortman's estate. Fuck Wortman's estate. Sue them and depose. Whether he's going to do that, I don't know. But he's got evidence. Now, what can we do? All of us here, all of the great people over here. Where is this? In the Discordy thing, whatever it is, right? This thing, which is not loading. I don't know why. Great. Okay. How many do we have in here? 9. 100 people now. 100 people. Pretty fucking amazing, man. Who are sitting there and scouring through stuff, and some people are here and some people are there, and it's different levels, and some people know lots more, and somebody talked to so-and-so, sorting through the Facebook garbage versus the real stuff, and, you know, I'm sure. In fact, I've identified one person that I'm fairly certain might not be on our team that's in there. I think the question went something like, they said, and I could be wrong, so if I am, I hope to be corrected on that. But it was an interesting answer. The person was like, I can't see any comments now. I'm not seeing anything. This thing is broken. Ever since I put up pictures, because I called them on something, I said, that's not true. As in, I didn't say that. I just said, I think I have questions about that person, and I think you might want to look a little bit further into that one. Sure. For me, I've already decided. I know, because this person is posted under many different names, and it's the same bullshit. It's lies. So, he's a disinformation op. Yeah, they exist. Absolutely. Do you think the RCMP are intentionally sowing that shit? Oh, fuck, yeah. Disinformation is the name of the game when you're on the defense. So, okay, I say that. And then they suddenly say to me, well, you know what? I'm not seeing any text. I'm not seeing anything. I'm like, really? You can't see my text? What was the response? No, I can't see anything. I'm like, special needs alert. You're going to answer my question, which you can't see. Really? Anyway, I could be wrong, and hopefully I am. But I don't think so. Helmet cams. Yeah, never going to see them. That would be, down there. Yeah, absolutely. Please do, sir. Please do. I can think of, you want to get in contact with me. There's definitely some things that I would be very interested in knowing down there. I have yet to get footage of the quote warehouse, what's left of the warehouse. I want to know how many vehicles are there because the Mercedes suddenly disappeared. She's not off in the bush freezing, I don't think. Yeah, it's a supposition on my part, but Clint Nelson's in the bush. He's freezing his ass off. She's in there double the amount of time, half as much weight, probably not wearing near the amount of clothing. She's okay. And disappeared on the beach in Tunisia. They always go to the fucking beach in Tunisia, you know? That's just an expression because I get so pissed off, my friend. And Ted, he's always like, oh, they're on the beach in Tunisia. Don't worry about it. Ha, ha, ha. Of course they are. They even tell you. What group was this? It's the Discord. The Discord. The Docs Cord. Ah, well, they docs and know everything anyway. What difference does it make? Well, some vehicles got removed from Portapique. Why? They left some, they took some. But I'll tell you, the Mercedes is in the wind, and they want to know where it was going. Which reminds me, there's something I want to ask you, Dawn. What was it? Who got the phone call, if you're still in here, Dawn? Who got the phone call? That Saturday afternoon. I'd like to know. Inquiring minds would like to know. How are you doing, Rage? You returned home. Just like Tara's page being. Tara is not a liked individual, and I'd say because that was probably she started asking questions right away, right? And her association to us, that was not a good thing. Because in my knowledge of her, she is a very good person. She doesn't have a bad bone in her body, and yes, she's absolutely been run through the ringer all over the internet. Why? You don't do that to people who are victims. That doesn't seem right. RCMP. But not just that, just people in general. People went nasty on her, which is sad. Some people. But were they in fact people? Or was it like a dog? What was it? What was his name? A dog? Who the one negative comment I think through this entire process, which was just simply an ad hominem attack. It wasn't that what I said was wrong. It wasn't what I said was wrong. No question about what I said was wrong. It was that my hair wasn't to this person's liking. And then I go to their page. They were, they're like, take your tinfoil hat off of your greasy hair or some nonsense. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay. If that's all you've got, you're really impressing me with your overpowering intellect. It's just amazing. Ad hominem. I could have probably responded with that word. I frankly don't think that person knows what that means. Probably not very good with their English. Now, when I went to that person's page, their YouTube page, well, wouldn't you know, the first subscription they have listed is RCMP Nova Scotia. I'm like, of course. Of course. What news? I mean, it's not like it's a big secret. The one thing. Not say that I haven't made mistakes, because I have. But just try and go through and make corrections as we go. You missed my call. My answer is all. Girlfriend received call. Do you know what kind of phone that girlfriend had? There we go. There's a good question. Can you find out? Because usually you can kind of tell what a phone is. It's got that, no offense on iPhones, it's got that nice little color shape. It's really appealing to certain people. I went by the Apple store when I was at the mall the other day. I was not polite to all these people standing in line with their masks on to get in the Apple store. I'm like, oh my Lord. And there was a security bouncer there. I'm like, do you understand? You're fucking retarded. Do you know that? Sorry, about my language, and sorry to be rude, but I just want you to know you're fucking retarded. And the looks were like, it's just like, what? You mean somebody doesn't believe everything that they're spoon-fed? The Mercedes was seized. Where was it seized from? I thought it was just the records, the GPS records from the Mercedes. The disappearing vehicles there's all kinds of interesting questions here, and we should focus on them. I think become focused, because there is a plethora of data to get lost in, and a lot of it's there, sadly, to intentionally mislead you. Whether it's a person that is not who they say they are, they're essentially an agent provocateur and sowing disinformation, or it's just the absolute volume of data to go through. But there are certain ones that are pretty fundamental, right? Where did the Mercedes go? Whose house in Cole Harbor was surrounded? There's another good one. Little things here and there. There's lots of them. How do the RCMP try and explain that he travels from Debert to Truro in such a limited time frame? How do they explain that? What is the exact route of travel? Right? Yeah. So, if that's so, because women generally do like Apple phones, it does seem to be, it's not I don't think I'm being stereotyping or generalizing. That's shown. Women seem to, it is aesthetically is more pleasing to them. The looks, they spend zillions of dollars, like seriously, on just a color. They'll spend tens of millions of dollars just on a color, studying the color, so that you want to buy it, right? But if the girlfriend has an Apple phone, well, I certainly would like to know what Samsung phone they have in their lockup that didn't get destroyed in the fire. Because if it was the girlfriend's phone and he smashed it and he burned the house down, well, how the fuck is it still around? Because there certainly isn't anything left of the houses. Even the 8 foot of walls that they bulldozed, I'm pretty sure the phone would have melted by that point. So whose phone is it if they say he didn't have phone? I think we might find it's an RCMP issue phone, like the weapons. And they've already admitted their dereliction of duty, in the sense that, and if I was the lawyer doing this, I would definitely use that quotation, which is where he says, well, one weapon most certainly was there when we had the warning. Well, if you dealt with it then, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But that's again buying into the madman gone crazy. I think he's more like a cop, and something has gone terribly askew. Terribly askew. I don't know what it is, why it is, but it's coming out. Because you don't have access, and that's way, way, way back. Jesus, where's let's see if I can find that. What did I call it? Oh, come on. It's probably going to take me a while to search, but let's try. I think if we could ascertain what phone she was using, Dawn, that would be a good question right there. Then we can say, how do you explain this phone? Again, your warrants, which you've sworn to Howard Luck. Oops. He didn't have a phone, and her phone he destroyed. And I don't think she took her broken phone with her. Escaping through the, what was it? The fucking hatch or whatever? Let's see.
Even watches or trusts. Everybody
I don't know if this is
absolutely hates the CBC. And was called a villain and an evil man. Why? Because he shook hands with everybody. Dr. Bad, but the door is a total loss. Also, don't use it for smuggling a cat. We had a really great conversation this morning, you and me, and I was very much looking forward to having you back on American Up Radio.
Oh, this is the second one.
3 years?
Oh, wait.
Yeah. 3 years, I think. Yep,
Yeah.
you're right.
Absolutely. So there was this shooting.
Yes.
They're calling for gun confiscation because if it didn't happen, if there wasn't any semi-automatic weapons in Canada, this tragedy would have never occurred. And I saw the official narrative coming out of the mainstream media, and my default position is that they're probably lying about it.
Listen to me when I talk about the car.
It doesn't add up on many
And why?
levels. And I saw that you have done a live stream last night with CanCon, and who was the other gentleman that was with you?
Just my stupid opinion, Adrian.
Okay. And she actually lost several people in that tragedy, and people died. There was people killed. But I want to get into some of the nuances and the questions And the information
So
that's
this is
coming out from locals,
the day
and,
after?
what's being said on the ground.
The
So
second day?
let's talk first about the official narrative. This guy was a wealthy guy that had a denture clinic. He had a couple denture clinics. He had several properties in Nova Scotia, and he was he had a hobby of fixing up police cars, right? And he was known for it. And he just happened to have a brand new, identical replica RCMP cruiser that he went off the rails and just started killing people. And it sounds like he had a list of people that he wanted to go after specifically. But let's get into the official narrative. What stood out about it to you at the time it was happening?
Well, aside from the sheer magnitude of this offense occurring, like that's more murders that occurred in one day than occurred in the province of Nova Scotia for an entire year. So, I mean, that stands out.
You guys don't have a high crime rate there? Is that what you're saying?
In Nova Scotia, they don't have a high crime rate, no.
Right.
At all.
Well, murder.
I mean, they have a high crime rate in terms of drugs and that kind of thing, but murders, no. I mean, this is a small Atlantic province where, literally people will leave their doors unlocked. Like, that's commonplace. The kind of crime and violent crime just does not occur. So that stands out right away.
Right.
And obviously, the police component of this, it was very disturbing. Like, how does this man have, and this is the thing that they're glazing over. It wasn't that he had just one brand new, and this is because it was brand new.
Yep.
And to me, I'm not going to call it a replica car. I like how they're calling that. Even the police will say it's identical in every single way, meaning that it was a police car.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a police engine, police everything.
Well, right down to the painted steel wheels with the plastic insert on the outside. That was the first thing about this that jumped out at me. All of a sudden, you get this press release from the RCMP saying that there's an identical cruiser. They've got a picture of it. And the only way that you can tell the difference is by the number on the back. There's no way that this guy could have built an exact replica RCMP car. It's not impossible. But I mean, just think about this. If you were going to do that, okay, what would you do? What would be your first course of action? Well, I mean, if you were going to do it with a modern vehicle, what they're driving today, so they couldn't tell the difference, you'd have to get the exact make and model. You'd have to match the wheels. You'd have to match the inserts. You'd have to have a professional graphic artist design the decals. Then you'd have to have them put on professionally. And that is all illegal. Nobody would do that. In fact, they would probably report you just for asking. So this doesn't make sense. Go on.
Well, and it's not a replica car. This is not a Taurus.
I think further in the interview. So this is like the day, I think it's the next day or the day after that, like very early on. And I'm like, this is a fucking cop car, man. Quick, like later in the interview, you'll hear me. I'm like, this is a real cop car. This isn't a fucking replica, man. Don't call it that.
That he just purchased off the lot and then changed it over. This is a police interceptor car. This is an actual police car. It has everything is identical about the car. And that was not his only police car. He had two.
See, by that point, I already knew of two.
Like the modern looking ones?
And it wasn't advertised yet. Why?
I am not
and
sure
now we're up
about
to
the second
4,
one,
maybe 5.
And his wife drove this car in Halifax. It was common knowledge. Patients of his at the denture clinic knew. It was parked in the lot. Her daily driver was this RCMP vehicle. Now, last I checked, it is completely illegal to purchase even if he were to purchase this at an auction, because it's got the new sticker in the window, as in the dealer sticker.
Right.
He didn't purchase it at an auction. This is a brand new vehicle. And so why is the wife driving this around? That's illegal. It's illegal to purchase the lights on top of it. You want to start doing something, but they want to steer away from that part. They want to go after guns right away. And, Trudeau's saying, oh, listen, we're going to take the guns away. We were going to do that before the coronavirus, but now we're absolutely going to do it. I haven't read personally what types of guns were even used. The more important question is, this man would not have been, and I know that firsthand from Aaron Tuck's sister, who I was interviewing, who is a friend of mine. And his entire, he was killed, his wife was killed, and her niece was killed.
17 years old.
Yeah. And that whole family was snuffed out, and would not have been snuffed out had this man come up in his regular vehicle, because he lived down the street. He knew exactly who this person was, and they didn't get along that well. I'm not saying that's necessarily a motive, but in the middle of the night, the doorbell rings and a person appears in an RCMP uniform and an RCMP car. Well, this is the police. You're going to open the door.
Yep.
He doesn't know any better. He opens the door. That's it. Boom. They're all gone. He starts the house on fire.
I was wrong
and
about
then
that.
he's driving. He's commandeering vehicles by using the element of the cover of the police.
So wait a minute. Whoa. He's driving down the highway and the lights on the vehicle are fully functional. He turns on the siren and lights and pulls people over.
To the best of my knowledge, that is the facts. He pulls people over. He went equally up north, very far out of his way to target, not very far, but it was definitely out of his way because he doubled back. So he went and he targeted corrections officers, which is highly questionable. Why did he go there? They equally would have opened up the door to the police. And he then equally burned their house down and killed them and their vehicles. And then he's driving down the highway, commandeering vehicles using the cover of the RCMP. So this crime probably would not have reached this magnitude at all had this element of the RCMP been removed, which is why the Nova Scotia RCMP are very high to push the element of we lost one of our own. It's a big deal. I noticed it in an article over in the Sun. In fact, I was disgusted just before I called you. I was reading that article. Didn't even mention the fact of my friend's family. Did not even mention them.
You know why? Because they didn't fucking find out until Wednesday. And this is what, I think this is Monday, Tuesday, I did this interview. This is with American Mike Phillip. Some of you guys know him. And I've done work with Mike in the past. And, I should keep up with him. I did a couple of shows, and he's like, dude, anytime you want to talk about this, the people down in the States are really fucking interested in this. They want to know. So please keep coming back. I haven't followed up with him, recently about this at all, but I did kind of I think it was 2 shows back to back or a couple of days apart. But the American people are interested in this story, you see? And we're right from the onset. But a lot of these details, we already had at the beginning. Fucking cop car. He's pulling people over. She's driving around in it. Halifax PD knows about it. The weapons are undetermined. It's there. And it was just there at the beginning. And we were saying that right from the start.
That's 3 and she is the last surviving. She and her sister are the last surviving relatives in their family.
Wow.
The parents are gone, and that just wiped out like a huge chunk of their family. Didn't even mention them. But we got all this stuff about the police officer. Why? Because the police are in the wrong. And they should have dealt with this. They didn't. Not only this, Frank Magazine, in Frank Atlantic Magazine, there was an article in March last month that they wrote about the interaction between Mr. Wortman, the supposed assailant, and the police. And now the papers and stuff, when I'm going back, they always change things. So that right now they're saying they will not use this person's photo or name unless it serves the public good. So we're going to have this person drift out of our consciousness because they don't want people to look at the police.
Yep.
Unless
See?
you look at the dead cop.
Unless they look at the dead cop.
Focus on that.
And this fellow was not the only individual. There was a person down the road from him who had a police cruiser on his front lawn. How many of these things are running around?
Unreal.
How many?
Yeah, well, and that's the question. That's what I'm talking about. The official narrative does not make sense. So you're talking about this article in Frank Atlantic Magazine, I think you called it. I've never heard of that publication myself. What did it say about an interaction between him and the police?
Oh, well, the police came and parked in his parking lot at one of his denture clinics, and he wasn't happy about it and chained them in. But he'd had interaction with the police. It was common knowledge. In Nova Scotia, we're not talking about New York City here. We're talking about, very small towns. People know each other. Everybody knows each other. So everybody knew he had these police cars. He had garbage piles of money, and then he goes completely ballistic, and he's using the cover of the RCMP. And I even noticed one of the
Garbage piles of money.
disgusting
Cash
things
money.
that's going on here is the quotations that I was using are from I think it's Herald Chronicle Halifax paper, which says an individual named Mr. Blaze spoke of how the wife drove the car around.
Here I'm showing the editing already they're doing.
Lot, which the police were also equally parking in, according to Frank Magazine. This person's comment on the Facebook page that he had, who was a client of Mr. Workman's, has been removed about that. Then you go to the fact that same article, not the same article, a different newspaper, Canada's national paper, which is the Globe and Mail, went to the Mr. Blaze's Facebook page. At that point, that comment was still up. All these comments are getting removed. It's very interesting, and I've seen this before. Mr. Blaze's page, and selectively quoted things from that comment, and happened to leave out the fact that his wife drove the car.
Boom.
Unreal.
That day when that client was there, and he's like, "Oh yeah, he drives this all the time.
No problem."
Not a replica. They want to say replica my ass. If it's a lemon, it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It is a duck.
Yeah, well, in this case, an RCMP cruiser. And this isn't even all of it, okay? I'm getting comments from people saying this is fascinating, this is insane, it could be a deep rabbit hole. Yeah, it is, and you know what? We're never going to get the truth. So this little bit of time right now that we have, I think is really important to look at it because they're going to change the narrative, and a week from now, people are not going to know or remember any of this, Seamus.
No, then they're going to remember the cop.
Yeah.
And and I was horrified to hear. I mean, obviously, it's horrible when anybody loses their life.
Yeah.
But the 17 people, frankly, did not sign up for a job where there was the potential of danger and they were getting that kind of pay. It is absolutely horrific that this police officer was killed. But to hear them paint this picture of in the press conferences where they drone on about how they've lost their own, which is normal, the thin blue line, but to go above and beyond and then say,
shield.
By the way, there actually were 17 other people that were murdered.
By the way,
wherever we're at.
Like that's an afterthought.
And it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not real people. They weren't cops. Forget about them. Yeah.
Well, because the cops are in the wrong. So they have to paint themselves very, very in a good light here. And they didn't even bother to notify my friend formally of the death for over 36 hours. And she was calling them, and they're like, "Oh, could you describe them?" "Oh, yes. And she describes, of course, and she's getting more and more frantic because it's on the road. She doesn't know
And they wouldn't disclose that. But you know what they did have time to do? They did have time to have a funeral procession of police cars driving their comrade to the coroner's office.
It was such psychological
But
warfare.
they can't tell the murder, the remaining survivor of that family, one of them, that her brother, her sister-in-law, and her 17-year-old niece are dead.
I couldn't believe that she held it together as well as she did on that video last night. She did end up breaking down, but I'll tell you what, I would not have been able to go live if that was me. So, I mean, she's a very strong individual. I've got to give her that. And you can tell her I said that. But
she is a fantastic woman. On a personal level, she's a very good friend of mine. She's extraordinarily strong, and she's sitting there and asking the questions.
Right.
And she's the one who should be having time to mourn and stuff. And people need to stop letting this stuff go and saying, well, we're simply not going to know. Ian had a man saying it.
And as soon as that happened, and she did her video on her own, what happened? Oh, there was a tide against her, and RCMP threatened her. Why? Because she came out right away with us and started saying, what the fuck is going on? Is that what police forces do? They threaten victims, families? Really? But that didn't come out till later. Wonderful.
Is on CBC National, our national broadcast network, on the night that it occurred, and saying, "Oh, you know what? We're never gonna find any answers. We're not gonna really do any kind of investigation."
That's what he said, verbatim.
Yeah, I'm not going to use foul language on your program.
I appreciate that. I get the tendency, though. Yeah, it's disgusting. Let's talk about that video that was that you got for somebody that was on the highway, and get into that. We've got about let's see, we've got about 10 minutes left.
How interesting
so let's get into that video.
Okay, so that was kindly provided to me. I love the fact that people send me stuff, and this was sent to me by somebody that I do stuff with from time to time.
Nice,
very good guy, Steve LLT or LTT. Anybody wants to check him out on YouTube? He sent me a video of it was a spliced together video. So the first scene is of what appears to be a police cruiser that has pitted a vehicle into a guardrail on the highway. The car that's been pitted is fully engulfed in flames. There is also their undercover Suburban with what appears to be 4 or possibly 5 SWAT individuals fully decked out. And the person's giving a narrative as the video is going on. They're just filming it with their phone. And he says a key line in there, which is rather interesting. He says, they just pulled out and shot and killed a real police officer.
I heard that. You guys backed it up, and they were incredulous. They were like, did they just kill that cop right in front of us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then they pull somebody out of a vehicle. You can't really tell, and you can't see this shooting occur either, and you can't really hear the person's playing music. And so that was one scene. Both of those cars got fully totaled. So I don't know what the other vehicle was. I'm not sure if it was also a police cruiser or not. I think at this point, Mr. Wortman had commandeered another vehicle. And so the claim is that somehow he got out of that burning up car, which apparently they're saying, well, now he burned it up. He lit it on fire after he got pitted. Okay. And then he's in his RCMP uniform, and he goes and commandeers another vehicle, drives to Enfield, a gas station down the road,
where they apparently, quote, get him into custody. Thank you very much for all of your support. Interesting, you see, because this is early on. So lots of little facts haven't come out. And Gina Goulet isn't in the narrative yet. She wasn't in the narrative until later. But they cleaned up that crime scene très rapide. It was already done by the time this interview was done. They cleaned that crime scene up. And you have 2 shootings and a murder. And there's no crime tape, nothing. Okay, interesting. Okay, moving on. Back to Enfield. According to their tweet, custody.
Yeah.
And then he's dead.
Yes. And who did they kill if he had ditched the car at that point and gotten away? Like, what?
Exactly.
What the hell is going on here? Yeah.
Did they shoot their own police officer? Do you see? Do you see? Called it right from the beginning. This is how old now? How many people dug through this shit? But it's there. It was always there. Always there. You know, sure, they've added tons of new details. Well, not very many. I mean, what is your timeline they're talking about? Seriously, I think it's, you got maybe 8 times? It's ridiculous. For 13 hours? Woo-hoo! Or did Mr. Workman shoot that police officer? Or did they kill Mr. Workman at that scene? And who was it that died then with the, where they apparently, quote, get him into custody. Thank you very much for all of your support, according to their tweet. Custody.
Yeah.
And then he's dead. But he was already dead for 14 minutes.
And who did they kill if he had ditched the car at that point and gotten away? Like, what? Exactly. What the hell is going on here? Yeah.
Did they shoot their own police officer, or did Mr. Workman shoot that police officer? Or did they kill Mr. Workman at that scene? And who was it that died then with the Mazda 6 at the gas station, the gray Mazda 6? Who's lying on the ground? 3. This thing stinks to high heaven, and these cases keep happening, whether it's in Canada or in America or in Great Britain or in the developed world. We keep having, or in an undeveloped world, doesn't even matter. Keep having all of these false flag events happen that spin a narrative and move an agenda that is much bigger and much more powerful, and then they pat you on the head and say they're there. By the way, you don't need to use his name because we want you to have that out of your consciousness.
Right. I'm surprised they didn't give him 3 names like James Earl Ray or, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And anybody that put up videos of him with his he did an interview apparently in 2014 where he gave away a set of dentures to a cancer survivor, and it was kind of just a feel-good story. And anybody who put that video up got banned.
What?
That video got banned.
Are you serious?
Yep. No, I'm serious.
So they're scrubbing the history.
Yep. They're totally scrubbing the history. One thing I find always absolutely amazing, I constantly archive things, and I suggest people always do. Archive.org, archive.is. Take screenshots of everything. Yay. Don't presume that article is going to be the same in a couple of hours, because always, if you notice, and they've even gotten now so they don't tell you necessarily all the time, but they will say last edited. They'll say the release date, time, and then they'll say last edited. So I'm looking at articles before I just got on the air here with you, and of course, they're saying new things in articles and removing details, and then they say, so you pick up the paper and it's just, it's the psychological warfare that they're fighting on everybody all the time.
Right, and the only thing that matters now is that a teacher and a cop were killed, and a few other people, and they're going to use it like Polytechnique shooting. They're going to use it like Well, you're a fellow Albertan. You remember Mayor Thorpe with James Ronsko ambushing those two Mounties on his property?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And so, I mean, and the weapon that he used apparently was an AR-15, but the story at the time was that it was full automatic. So, I mean, that was already a banned weapon.
Oh, what
in
a
the first
mess
place.
that was.
And so there was already a law in place. Say, I mean, look, it's illegal to murder people, okay?
Well, and he had multiple convictions. So he had no firearms license. He was a criminal with a gun.
He was also a pedophile, it was reported.
I can't answer as to that, but absolutely. I wouldn't doubt it.
That was in the reporting. Yeah.
So, I mean, these people who have guns that are law-abiding citizens don't go and change the structure of the gun, don't have banned weapons, and yet, coronavirus, what the hell is Mr. Trudeau saying? Excuse me, why are you drafting legislation to pull semi-automatic weapons from the market during coronavirus? Excuse me?
Exactly.
There was no shooting, he said. We were drafting this before this all happened.
Right, and then this conveniently comes along, and, well, we need to think of these poor dead women, and, we're just trying to... I was just playing a clip before you came on the show, and there were drones given to law enforcement in the U.S. They were donated by a Chinese company, and they were saying that, they were asking people in the street, if is this necessary? And one woman said, well, if it saves just one life, then yeah. And my head just about blew up.
Yeah, I mean, these guys is that they float things under, this is going to save your life, safety. The same with all this movement to have the mass vaccinations. Otherwise, we're not going to let you out of your home. We're not going to end this stuff. Get out of here. Start telling people the truth about all of it, please. It's old people. They're dying from multiple conditions. And yet we do need to protect them. We do need to go and help these people. But tell the truth about it. Don't start saying that you need to go and stand on a dot when in reality, all of us are getting coronavirus, but it doesn't affect people.
Exactly. Seamus, I'm out of time. Everybody check out his work on the Little Gray Cells YouTube channel. Thank you so much for coming on the show, my friend.
Thanks. It's so great to talk to you again.
Yeah, we'll be doing it again. You take care of yourself.
Absolutely. You too.
All right. That was Seamus, everybody. On the Little Gray Cells YouTube channel, man that I have a lot of respect for, and he does deep dives on several issues that people are afraid to talk about or won't, and that's just how God made his brain. And so when you hear him on this show, that's exactly how he is all the time. Thanks again, Seamus, for coming on the show. We'll be back live tomorrow on the Mojo.
I'll have to give him a call. Probably. It's an open mic for me anytime. And I think getting our American friends, we have more details now, a lot more details that we can share. And the waking up the public is really important, right? So it's coming together. It's coming together. I can see it conceptually. It's a battle plan that we have to get. It's getting the media, some good people in the media. It's getting our facts in order in a presentable, concise way. It's getting that information to a lawyer. It's possibly crowdfunding down the line here for another lawyer. I don't know. But, it's coming along. And that's thanks to you, right? So, let's keep this up because it's important. It's important. Somebody sent me, and please always remember, you can send me stuff. This fucking day and age and confidentiality, screw that. Privacy is kind of a bit in the wind, but at least on my end, I can guarantee you your anonymity. I won't disclose things that you don't want disclosed, whatever. I'll try and stick the information down below because, of course, me and my tech stuff, right? But it is there, you know, I have an email, I have a Twitter account. We have the Discord, and anybody's open to come in there. You want to fuck around though. If you're RCMP, if you want to fuck around, you want to start sowing shit, you're going to get called out pretty quick, because I don't have tolerance for that kind of nonsense. This is about moving forward and cleaning up our backyard, because our backyard, it's our kids' backyard, and it's really important to us. That's how Seamus rolls. Yeah. I hear that and I'm like, well, there's only probably one thing that's different there. Well, maybe a couple. Certain topics I might not address on Mike's show yet. They will come, I guarantee you. They will come, because people will wake up to it. But the other stuff is, like, of course, obviously my demeanor is slightly different, a little bit more abrasive, and maybe my language isn't quite up to par. I really should have like a swear jar or something. But once upon a time, and I do know how to wear a suit. I've got many. And I can clean up okay. I have not a potty mouth, but the truth is, you know, the truth. And you have to be genuine, and that's just me. So, but I did get another little interesting video sent to me, which I thought I would share with you. It is the same video that we all have seen of the shooting, but save for one thing. Sorry, the Shuby video. I'm still waiting on 2 to 3 more videos. Hopefully that person will be back in contact with me. If they're watching, I encourage you, or anybody else, any information that you have, pictures, anything, you don't have to say who it came from, whatever. We'll watch that. But there is this same video. However, I thought it was really good because it was a much closer to the original copy. You know how when you have tapes, like I remember when I was a kid, there was the Brocket 99 tape. It was, I don't know, whatever, kind of an Alberta thing, and it had been dubbed over and over and over and over and over and over and over so many times that it just became really shitty quality. So the video is actually much closer to the original copy. In fact, I have been told that this is from the original. I haven't written them back about that yet, but so it's a lot crisper, the quality of it. You can see a lot more detail, and maybe you guys will see information in it that, you know, I've only looked at it a couple of times, but it definitely, I mean, as soon as I watched it, I was like, that was what I said. They just said, here's a video, you know, and I'm like, wow, this is way better than I've seen before. This is clearly much closer to the original. Where did you get this from? They're like, well, and then we know. Okay, so let's have a look and see. So great. You know, that lady tonight, that interview is going to be a really good interview. You guys will like it. It's chock full of stuff. And frankly, you know, it's not me just droning on about things, but her sharing a lot of details and personal perspectives, which is really important. And I really appreciate, you know, I know she said that she checked out videos since the beginning of this. She was actually commenting on about how I don't put up with shit. Afterwards, she's like, Jesus, I wouldn't want to piss you off. I'm like, where did I put that? One of these days, I'm going to get everything filed, all the articles, everything. Oh, it will be good. Now, where did I put this here? Here we go. Okay. So if you see anything in here or whatever, please let me know. But as you can see, like the quality of the video, because it's newer, it's close to the source, right? As in, it is. So then it's just like that picture, remember? we saw the picture in the Facebook there of the gray vehicle, but you couldn't really tell the Shuby stuff. And then who actually had the original sent the originals, or sent an original and another photo. And it's like, you can see so much, like, oh yeah, that's an Explorer, that kind of stuff. So let's have a look at this. Oh, huh?
Oh, baby, we're right on the scene.
This is fucked.
You can see a lot in this.
This is so fucked.
He's in that car.
He's in that car. They're dragging him out. Look, they're dragging somebody. Oh my god. That's a
real cop, huh? He just killed a real cop right in front of us.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my fuck. This is fucking crazy.
Is he in there?
I'm like shaking. We should move. Like, what if he's alive and he like shoots Trev?
Now, I would like to know what happened down there in the ditch, because something happened down there in the ditch. It's always been a question of mine, and I heard that there was a body taken down there, so I don't know. But anyway, warn me to become a priest, the best manager I could be. Dawn, funny guy. You're a funny guy. No man buns. You mentioned people got banned for sharing the good old boy video. Yeah, the video of the denture stuff. If you share that, if you put it up, it'll get banned right away. CTV doesn't like people showing that. I think they're very big about the copyright stuff. I was really interested to see that somebody totally independent started talking about the copyright stuff. They've just absolutely hammered anybody, and it will get to that level. That's what they're hoping to do, is so that you can't use evidence, right? You can't say, well, here's a quotation from a paper. You just have to say, believe me, of course. And you know, in this day and age, not a lot of people believe people, sadly, but I don't know. Who did he make the teeth for? Oh, it was for, I believe it was for somebody who is destitute, may have had some addiction issues, possibly. Somebody was explaining to me, oh, it was Dawn. I think it was Dawn. If I'm wrong, please don't hate me. But somebody was explaining to me about how actually there's quite, or no, I don't think it was Dawn. So quite a few people who have dentures down there because of other things. So there's quite a booming business. But clearly it doesn't match up to, and Dawn could attest to that for sure as a denturist. He's like, no, man, there's no way you have that kind of money. Even if you have 2 clinics, like, yeah. But he's got all these other corporations going, and ex-wife has some corporations going, and there's real interesting money crap going on there. Bible Hill. What about Bible? Cancer survivor he killed was sister tied to Bible Hill camp. Are you meaning the Bible Hill detachment, perchance? Perhaps you can send me something about that. Yeah, this video is a really great video, and it's good because there are people who have things, and I love to see that failed to give things to the RCMP. I'm not saying, you know, some of this stuff I have question marks about where is it coming from? And we do have to, you can't just accept things at face value always. You just can't in this day and age. You have to be very discerning. But, you know, in the case of those pictures, say, that person specifically told me, listen, my friend did not give these to the RCMP and did not speak to them. And there are a bunch of people like that who have things, because if you gave them to the RCMP, well, I think you can kiss those goodbye. And I'm just being really facetious when I say that. They're gone. And so, you know, keeping our evidence with ourselves, in amongst us, disseminating it with other people is really important, because we don't lose it then, right? There's a record of it. And it's not in the RCMP where it's going in the shredder, which is where these things are going, because that's where they want it to go. I'll just check here, like the DB who got dentures from GW2 that knew him one day and not the next. Yes, I have spoken to somebody about an individual here who was friends with Wortman and quite open about that, and now has changed their tune. And they asked me about that, why I thought, this was somebody in media, why I thought that. And I said, well, I mean, people are distancing themselves, don't you think? And plus, I think that there's some pressure going on from other places. Really, and when I'm saying that, I'm not being tinfoil. I'm being 100% legitimate. And you can see it all throughout the media. I'm going to try and compile a video of just little things that are lots of mistakes or video equipment problems or articles that are getting scrubbed, like I'm referring to there. And that's why I strongly encourage you, as soon as you come across an article that you like or a video that you find, download that. As soon as you come across an article that there's something in there that you think is a nugget of truth, I can assure you they disappear. It gets reworked. I've tried to demonstrate that in repeated ways. It does. That's why you see archive.is or org. I use it all the time. So I have neat little things, say on my phone. I have something that's whatever, these fucking goddamn things that then you sign away that they can monitor all your other garbage. But, you know, one of them, for instance, will archive every single article that I look at as soon as I look at it. So that's why I can go back and I can still find stuff, because it's picking it up, right? Like the footnote in Wikipedia, I'm 99% sure is something that I've archived. So if you do, because obviously there's lots and lots of material, archive it. Just go to archive.is. This is a screenshot or a screen shot I want to save. Blah, blah, blah. You just copy, paste, drop it in there. It'll save it. Archive.org, not as friendly as it once used to be, but very good for videos. Highly encourage people. You want to start to really red pill, like real red pill. The stuff that YouTube absolutely demolished probably 2 years ago. A year ago, they started just gone. All of them. Our archive.org has lots. I think they have over. Actually, is that altcensored.com or archive.org? One of them, or they have a channel on archive.org, but over 4 million videos, and they've got, like, trust me, gold, like fucking gold in there, and it will make your head spin, some of this stuff, because what we learned as kids and what I learned in university and you learned in university, and the way the world works, and our political system and the fucking banking and all that shit, trust me, it's all a sham. It's all a sham. I'm not wearing tinfoil. The fucking proof is there, no matter how much they try and scrub it. And they work awful hard, I can assure you. Scrub, 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 scrub. What was it the former head of Google used to say? And Google really is, if you want to dig deep, 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 Google isn't shit. You got to look higher on the food chain. But he said, we will tell you the right answer the first time, every time. What's that called? You don't use your brain anymore, and we just spoon feed you truth. And that suddenly becomes truth. Well, frankly, that's not using a critical mind. In fact, that's not even using your mind. This is why people are like, oh, just Google that. I can find the answer. Google doesn't want to tell you the truth. What was their expression? Their slogan? No evil? Something no evil? Do no evil, see no evil? I don't remember what the fuck it is. Absolute misnomer. Definitely need full dentures from maritime due to economic conditions. Yeah. And there's I heard that sadly there's a lot more addiction issues maybe in some places, which is sad. But this is because, right, our economic system is a total ruin and is only going downhill and has been going downhill for a very, very long time. I'm not talking like 2 years, 5 years, gone. But even on our own lives, we can see that. Think about back when you were a kid versus now. Much different story. One household income could do it. A mechanic could have his own house. He could have 3 kids. He could have a car or 2. He could send his kids to school, as in university. Maybe they didn't have the fanciest things or whatever, because that's not important. It wasn't the shiny things, which they've got you off on. That is very purposeful. Materialism. Constantly buy. Kids knew how to play. They did things. It was a very different story back then. But people ate T-bone steaks. You could find that at your supermarket. Life was different. Very different in your own life. But they've got it so that people forget that. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you very much for joining me. It was 4.5 hours again. But I really, really appreciate all of the work that all of you are doing. Save you bastards that are in here who want to cause trash. If you're in here, you can go fuck yourself, as far as I'm concerned. Meet me in an alley. We'll have a talk for 5 minutes. But I really want to thank you, and God bless all of you, because you're working hard, and this is something that benefits all of us. It helps those people down in Nova Scotia. It shows those people that we care. And I heard that tonight. And she said, it's nice to know that there are people who really care about us down here. I'm like, you're not alone. You're absolutely not alone. We're here. We're going to be here. Don't forget that. And anytime you need help with anything, you let us know, because we're around. And she's like, thank you very much. So thank you. God bless you. And I say that because God is beautiful. Jesus is wonderful. And we'll see our way through this one. Anybody who ever wants to contact me again, hopefully I'll get the contact info down below, and you can send anything confidentiality or whatever you want. I'd love to talk to you too. All right. Thanks very much. God bless.